Annyeong Haseyo, welcome to Parasite with Table Read Tuesdays. And today we have another great cast that doesn't happen to be Korean, unfortunately. We do, as we mentioned before, we wish we had more representation here, but we're happy to have everyone here. We have volunteering, and we don't want to miss out on this amazing script and reading it ourselves and sharing it with everybody. So we're gonna, push forward. So let me introduce you to who we have that's willing to take this on. First up today, Clint Monroe.
Sweet. Hey, how's it going? My name is Clint Monroe. I am excited to get into the script. It'll be interesting to see the meat and potatoes of this. So that's me.
Woo-hoo. And now, Vicky.
Hi, I'm Vicky Dykes. I'm from Central Alberta. Tonight I'll be reading Chung Suk. She's the mom, and I'm reporter number 1.
Really nice. And we have Petra Stedman.
Hello. So we'll be doing the action and descriptions for this amazing script. I look absolutely forward to reading it for the first time. I think it's going to look amazing. I will also be playing a pizza shop owner and the Dahae, the rich daughter, the daughter of the rich family. There we go.
Very nice, very nice. And Aaron.
Hi, everybody. I'm Ari Williamson. I too am very intrigued by this script. I will be playing the part of, I hope I don't destroy any of these, Dong Ik, Da Song, Drunk Man, and Voice OS, Min Hook, or Hyuk, sorry.
All right. Looking forward to all of those and seeing if there's any differences. And we have Morgan Toll.
Hi, I'm Morgan. I'm excited to be joining again and excited to read this script and hope that I don't disrespect anybody by my mispronunciations because I'm sure there will be some.
And we have Heather Lee Cameron.
Hi, I'm Heather Lee Cameron. I'm from Southern Alberta. I will be reading Ki Jung and Moon Kwang. I'm aware I'm not Asian, and I hope I don't disrespect anyone by reading Asian roles. I respect Asian actors and Asian characters, but I am pleased to read the script. So please tune in. If you feel offended, you have a right not to tune in, but I hope you do tune in because we will do our best to respect the story, the characters, and the actors. Thank you very much.
Yes. And with all of that, we shall get started on reading this award-winning, amazing script. So, Petra, whenever you're ready. Oh, I will share and then take us away. There we go.
Parasite, screenplay by Bong Joon-ho and Han Jin-won, story by Bong Joon-ho. Title sequence over black, accompanied by dark but curiously upbeat music. Gotta love those. At the end of the credits, the main title in strange calligraphy fills the screen. Parasite. Music fades. Interior semi-basement day. Think semi-basement apartment. Kiwoo 24 runs from corner to corner, searching desperately for a Wi-Fi signal. Various networks pop up, but they're all password protected.
No, not Ip Time 2. Ki Jong, upstairs neighbor, finally locked up his Wi-Fi.
Adjacent room, lying on the floor of the narrow room, Ki Jung 23 barely moves her lips. Fuck.
All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Then try it backwards.
No luck.
Another room. Also lying on the floor, Chung Suk 49, the mother, scoffs at their collective misery.
What am I supposed to do if someone calls me? What if it's a job? Hey, Ki-tak.
She kicks Ki-tak 49, who is sleeping at her feet.
I know you're awake, asshole. Care to comment?
What?
Our phones have been suspended for weeks, and now the neighbors have shut us out. What's your plan?
She kicks him again.
What are you going to do about it? What's the plan, genius?
She treats Kitek like shit, but it doesn't bother him. He rises with the most serene and enlightened smile, then plods over to the living room/kitchen, where he removes a bag of white bread from the sad, empty fridge. The bread is nearly gone too, only the ends remain. Kitek takes a piece and picks off the moldy parts. He chews on the bread as he watches his son's Wi-Fi dance.
Son, if one seeks Wi-Fi,
He raises his hand high.
one must reach into the heavens. Up.
Yes, Father.
Kiwoo raises the phone high as he heads into the bathroom. The bathroom is long and narrow and has a raised altar at the far end where the toilet sits. The odd placement is necessitated by the semi-basement's lower position in relation to the septic tank. Kiwoo walks in, climbs on the toilet seat. He continues to fish for a signal when...
Booyah!
You got it?
Kijun barns in and walks over with her phone held up.
You see it? Coffee Nara, 2G. I guess it's a new coffee joint. Must be nearby.
I'm not getting crap.
Get up closer.
Kijun climbs onto the altar and squeezes next to Kiwoo. The siblings look ridiculous, heads touching the ceiling, huddled on top of the toilet seat. Chung-suk pops in.
No text from Pizza Time? 2,000 more boxes, and it's payday!
Interior semi-basement later. The family sits among piles of unassembled pizza boxes and folds them in silence. The crunch of cardboard is the only sound as the cheap Pizza Time logo comes in and goes out of the foreground. We hear a truck rattling closer. Through the window, they see a street fumigation truck spewing gas as it passes by. The fog rolls closer to the window.
Close the window.
Leave it. Free fumigation. Get rid of the damn crickets.
Kiwoo, who is about to close the window, sits back down. The fog quickly envelops the family as they continue to fold. It's rather poignant. A family breathing through tear-inducing fumes just to make a meager living.
Oh, shit!
I told you to close it!
Oh, frig me!
Kitek continues folding despite his red, bulging face. He desperately holds back his cough. Kiwoo goes to the bathroom and returns moments later with his phone. He shows the family a GIF he downloaded.
Watch. If we all fold like this girl, we might get paid today.
The GIF shows the world's fastest pizza box folder, a white girl with dazzling box folding skills. She's fast. The family watches in awe. Inspired by the clip, they start folding with renewed vigor. Kitek also picks up speed, but he lacks the dexterity of the others. He's getting more and more sloppy. Interior, exterior, semi-basement entrance, late afternoon. Through the half-open door, we see the female pizza shop owner standing through the entrance. Quirky appearance, Pizza Time t-shirt. I mean, look at this, for example. This shitty folding job here. The owner shows Chung-suk a botched corner. 1 out of 4, 1/4 of the boxes are unusable. 1 out of 4? The family all look at Kitek. He just smiles, innocent as ever.
Still, you can't cut 10% from my pay. Oh, that's too much.
Later, Kiwoo helps a man load boxes into a van. Kitek looks out from the apartment window, watching Chung-suk squabble with the pizza shop owner. I should pay even less considering the number of botched boxes.
We were barely making anything to begin with.
Look, it's not that simple. Each ruined box exponentially tarnishes our brand's image.
Oh, your brand? You only have 2 stores in Seoul. Oh, screw this.
What did you say? Kiwoo quickly steps in, diffusing the situation with an easy smile.
It's that kid, isn't it?
What are you talking about?
The part-timer at your shop. He went MIA, didn't he? During such a crucial time, too. You have a large group of orders from the Love of Christ Church? That's why you and your husband are out here working your bottoms off.
How do you know that? Who told you?
That kid. He's my friend.
Oh, totally unreliable, not so stellar reputation.
I understand you're upset. 10%, fine. We accept. That's completely within your authority. However,
what?
would you consider hiring a new employee?
Fire the loser who bailed on you.
The owner just stares at the smiling siblings. What the hell are these people?
I can come in for an interview tomorrow. What time would be good for you?
Hold on, I need to think about this. The owner senses a trap and tries to get out of it. She takes out a few bills from her fanny pack and starts counting one by one. The family all stare. It's been a while since they've seen money. Interior semi-basement, early evening. The master bedroom next to the entrance. Well adorned with pictures of a young Chung-suk competing at a national track and field championship as a student athlete. A shot putter. Great upper body glints through tight uniform. No pictures of Ki-taek. Early evening, it's darker. The 4 family members are gathered around a table filled with various store-bought foods.
What a special occasion. The 4 of us gathered here to celebrate the partial reactivation of our phones as well as our son's upcoming job interview with a national franchise.
Ki-taek tries to deliver a heartfelt speech like a TV patriarch, but severely lacks the gravitas. Chung-suk and Ki-jung are already drinking their beers.
Cheers.
To family. That son of a bitch. It's not even dark yet.
The family turn to see a drunk man teetering toward the semi-basement window. Their faces slowly fill with dread.
How many times did I tell you? We need to put up a no urinating sign.
It'll make them want to do it even more. Psychology.
Go yell at him or something.
It's not the right timing.
The drunk man hasn't unzipped his pants, still hovering uncertainly in the dark corner.
I need to catch him in the act.
Isn't it freaking obvious? Just kick him out.
Oh, I hate this place.
Ki-woo gets up, still unsure when.
Hey, mister.
A voice booms from afar. Behind the drunk man, we see a handsome, well-built young man climbing off a fancy scooter. This is Min-hyuk, 24. He walks over with a large box in his hands.
Is that Min-hyuk?
It is.
Ki-woo is surprised to see Min-hyuk, who continues to yell at the would-be public urinator.
What do you think you're doing? You think this is a public toilet? Oops.
Min-hyuk?
That's you.
Yeah, okay. What are you looking at?
Cowed by Min-hyuk's presence, the drunk man quickly skedaddles away. Ki-taek taps Ki-woo on the shoulder.
Your friend has macho cojones.
It's that college student glow. Oh, look at that confidence.
Which Ki-woo obviously doesn't have.
A smitten Ki-jung admires Min-hyuk as he walks over to the apartment. He enters.
How are you, Mr. and Mrs. Kim?
Min-hyuk, good to see you, son.
What's with the surprise appearance?
I texted you. Hey, Ki-jung.
Ki-jung smiles shyly as she nods. Ki-woo searches through his text messages.
Could we have met somewhere else? You didn't have to come all the way for this.
I brought this.
Min-hyuk shows Ki-woo the box.
It's heavy, so I had to bring it on my bike.
What's this?
Ki-jung lifts the flap to see a uniquely shaped stone and a wooden display stand inside.
When I told my grandfather I was going to see Ki-woo, he gave me this.
Whoa,
Ki-taek picks up the large stone.
this is a precious viewing stone. Is this an abstract specimen?
You know your stones, Mr. Kim. Pop's been collecting viewing stones since his academy days, and our house is literally filled with these things. Living room, study, basement. This one is supposed to bring luck and money.
How perfect for us, huh? Symbolic.
Yes. How serendipitous. Please send him our sincere regards.
He should have brought food.
Ki-jung stabs Chung-suk with her finger. Fortunately, Min-hyuk didn't hear. As a beaming Ki-taek continues to show off useless stone trivia, exterior neighborhood store nights. Min-hyuk and Ki-woo sit at a portable table outside the store, drinking soju and chasing it with chips. Min-hyuk's expensive foreign scooter is parked behind him. It visibly clashes with the old grocery store and rundown alley.
I had to bring that stupid rock, but it was nice to see your folks. They look good.
They're not as good as they look. They're all jobless.
Ki-jung's at home, too. She doesn't take the college prep classes?
It's not that she doesn't want to, she just can't.
Kiwoo downs a shot of soju. Minhyuk looks at Kiwoo. He has something to say. He takes out his phone and shows Kiwoo a picture of a brightly smiling teenage girl. High school uniform. Innocent.
Cute, right?
Is that her? The girl you're tutoring?
Minhyuk nods.
Park hey, a sophomore. I want you to tutor her. Take over for me as her English teacher.
That makes no sense.
Her family's loaded. The gig pays really well.
That gets Kiwoo's attention. He looks at the picture again.
She's a good kid. I want you to look after her until I come back from the study abroad program.
You have plenty of kids and friends in school. Why don't you have some high school grad teach your prize student?
Why do you think? I shudder just thinking about those female-starved engineering students drooling around her like hungry wolves. It's revolting.
Kiwoo studies Minhyuk.
You like her, don't you?
I'm serious about her. I'm going to ask her out in 2 years once she's in college. I want you to take care of her while I'm gone. I trust you.
I appreciate the trust, but you want me to pretend I'm a college student?
Kiwoo, think about it. How many times have you taken the college entrance exam? Twice before your military service and twice after. A grand total of 4 times. Grammar, vocabulary, composition, speaking. You're an English master. Far more qualified as a tutor than I am. Better than those spoiled college brats who drown their brain cells in booze every day.
That may be true, but you think the family would accept me? I mean, I'm not even a college student.
Well, we'll embellish a little. You'll be fine. You'll have my recommendation, and the mother is a bit...
Minhyuk picks up his glass to drink when he suddenly becomes thoughtful. He smiles.
She's simple, young, and simple.
Simple? What do you mean?
I don't know, just simple.
Minhyuk and Kiwoo start conversing in English for no reason. They're fluent.
I hear Ki-jung is handy with Photoshop.
Interior Internet Cafe day. Kijung is sitting at the computer, clicking at the mouse and tapping various keyboard shortcuts with dizzying speed. She's like a magician. On the monitor is a document, Certificate of Enrollment. With laser focus, Kijung refines the edges of the red certification seal.
This is amazing. How come you keep failing art school exams?
Get up, jerkhead.
The siblings work discreetly in the corner of the large internet cafe.
Take your time. We should hold off printing until the place clears out.
Interior semi-basement day. Kitek is on the floor laying his head on the viewing stone. He admires the freshly printed enrollment certificate.
Look at this. There should be a major for document forgery at Seoul National University. Ki-jung would be top of the class.
Oh, shut up and wish the boy good luck for his interview.
My son,
Kitek sits up.
I'm so proud of you.
A slightly awkward and embarrassing moment. They all knew Kiwoo did nothing to be proud of. Kiwoo finishes touching up his hair in front of the mirror. He picks up the fake certificate.
I mean, I don't consider this a crime. No. I mean, because I plan to go next year.
That's my son, man with a plan.
I'm just using their administrative service in advance.
Exterior rich neighborhood road day. A quiet road snaking up the hill of a wealthy neighborhood. High walls, not a pedestrian in sight. Except Kiwoo, who consults the map on his phone as he walks up the hill, backpack strapped. He looks around, walks faster. Exterior mansion gate day. Kiwoo stands in front of the gate, which is at the top of a steep stairway. He waits through the melodic doorbell until a voice finally answers. The voice is middle-aged, female.
Who is it?
Miss Parks, I'm Min Hyuk's friend.
Oh, hello. Please come in.
Clink. The gate is unlocked and Kibu walks into a gorgeously manicured garden lined with majestic trees. Kibu stops midway and admires the trees, overcome with awe.
Quite a view, isn't it?
Miss Parks, it's a pleasure meeting you.
Oh, no. I'm the housekeeper. Please follow me.
Munkwang, 45, fashionable and poised enough to be mistaken for the owner, leads Kiwu inside.
It's a stunning garden.
Ah, the inside is even more stunning.
Interior mansion day. Kiwu carefully follows Munkwang inside. Indeed, the interior is stunning, but not excessive. The furniture and decorations are all very tasteful.
Do you know Namgung Hyunga, the famous Korean French architect?
Kiwu is blank.
This used to be his house. He built it.
I see.
Now it's just Dahe's house.
Munkwang stops just short of the fabulous living room overlooking the garden, arriving at the equally fabulous and spacious kitchen/dining room. She seats Kiwu at the large wooden table.
Please wait here. I'll get Mrs. Park.
Munkwang exits and Kiwu is left alone in silence. He quietly gets up and looks around. There's some kind of avant-garde art hanging up on the wall. Next to it, he sees a typical Korean family portrait taken at a studio. Kiwu walks over to the window, which overlooks the backyard. He sees a woman dozing off at the patio table. English magazine open on the table. Excuse me. Head tilted comically. Only her soft white neck is visible. This is Yeonkyo, 41. Munkwang walks over and claps her hands loudly next to Yeonkyo's ear. Yeonkyo's ears. Yeonkyo sucks her drool up and slowly raises her head. We hear their muffled voices through the window.
The tutor is here.
What do you think of him?
I don't know, but he's handsome.
Interior mansion kitchen day. Yeonkyo sits with Kiwu at the dining table. She pulls out the fake certificate halfway, glimpses at it, then puts it back in. Kiwu is nervous. Even the dog, cradled in Yeonkyo's arms, is watching him, panting, disapproving.
I don't care about papers. I only wanted to see you because you were recommended by Min Hyuk. I guess you two are good friends.
Kiwu listens quietly.
I'm sure you know better than I do, but Min Hyuk is just the most brilliant human being. I don't even care about the grades. Dahae and I absolutely adore him. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, of course.
We just loved him so much. I wanted him to stay with Dahae, but through her college exams next year, but now he's leaving to study abroad and I'm suddenly left without a tutor. I mean, what am I supposed to do?
Kiwu listens, respectful.
Excuse my bluntness, but I just don't see the point of hiring someone unless he's utterly outstanding as Min Hyuk, you know?
Munkwang sneaks a glance at Kiwu as she brings coffee over to the table, checking him out. Clink. She sets it down loudly in front of Kiwu.
I guess what I wanted to ask was, would it be okay if I sat in for today's class? I wanted to see the whole thing, judge for myself. I would like to see your methods. Is that okay with you?
Yeonkyo suddenly blurts out a question in English. Her English is terrible. Interior mansion staircase day. Kiwu follows Yeonkyo up the large, oppressive staircase, trying his best to not look at her conspicuously swaying hips. He arrives at the second floor where he sees a long hallway with several doors on each side. Interior mansion Dahae's room late afternoon. A large, pretty room. Yeonkyo and her dog are sitting on the bed watching Kiwu. The attention doesn't bother Kiwu, who is calmly focused on Dahae as she works through a practice test.
Are you sure about question 14?
Oh, I'm sorry. That's me. Is it wrong?
I'm asking. What does your gut say? Do you think question 4 is right?
Dahae shrinks.
You're working on another question before you come back to 14. Am I right?
Yes. Kiwu suddenly snatches Dahae's wrist, shocking both Dahae and her mom. He presses his thumb gently and feels her pulse like a doctor.
If this was the real test, and number 14 was the first question, you'd be in trouble from the start.
He presses harder.
You see, your pulse is irregular. Your heart doesn't lie.
Dae turns bright red. Youngkyo is speechless, either appalled or in awe.
What are you supposed to do in a test? Move forward. You must seize the rhythm. If not, you're screwed. Don't care about question 14. I only care what happens. I only care about you seize the flow. You have to conquer the test as a whole. You get that?
Dae is quiet.
The test is all about confidence, attitude.
Stunned silence, Kiwoo finally lets go of Dae's wrist, revealing a round pink spot where he held onto her. Kiwoo looks over at Youngkyo. She is completely floored.
I know you're angry, frustrated. You work so hard, study until your nose bled, but your test scores weren't improving. You keep asking yourself, what am I doing wrong?
This triggers something in Dae. Her emotions swell and her pupils tremble.
I'm here to prepare you for the real thing. I'm not here to help you learn. I'm here to help you score.
Interior mansion kitchen evening. Close on a thick money envelope being handed to Kiwoo.
I'll pay you each month on this day. As for the lesson, I was thinking 3 times a week. Monday, Wednesday, Friday.
Yeah, that sounds great.
It's a little more than what Minhyuk used to get. Cost of living and so forth.
Thank you.
As Kiwoo puts away the envelope, Munkwang brings over a fruit plate. She's noticeably friendlier than before.
Youngkyo.
Morgan.
I guess it's time. I guess it's time to get to know each other. Mr. Kevin will be Dae's English teacher.
Of course, Mr. Kevin. You let me know if you need anything at all during your lessons, snacks, drinks, whatever.
Hey, I appreciate it.
Feel free to pester her if you need anything in this house. She's an expert. She knows it better than I do.
They continue exchanging pleasantries when, thunk, a plastic arrow flies in and hits Munkwang's shoulder. When Kiwoo looks over, it's a boy in a Native American costume about to shoot another arrow. This is Dasong, age 10, the youngest Park.
Dasong, behave yourself. We have a guest.
Dasong doesn't care. He continues shooting. Munkwang is used to the antics. She picks up an arrow and rubs it into her armpit.
Attack!
No, it stinks.
Dasong plucks a toy axe from his belt and starts running in slow motion towards Munkwang. He screams like a warrior. Munkwang does the same, flailing in fake slow motion. They make quite a pair.
I apologize. Our son is a little unique.
Unique is good.
He has trouble focusing. ADHD. We signed him up for the Cub Scouts, hoping the discipline would help, but he's become an even bigger weirdo. Now he's obsessed with Indians.
The Scouts is rooted in American Indian culture, so he has the right idea.
You are a scout too?
Yes, I learned a lot from the Scouts.
Look how fine you turned out. What's wrong with him? He's actually an art prodigy, you know. Did you see the drawings? Those are his.
Kiwoo turns towards the avant-garde drawings on the wall. He gazes for a long moment.
A lot of symbolism. Such a strong point of view.
Right? Strong. I knew you would get it, Mr. Kevin.
Kiwoo takes a couple steps back and admires the drawings with a serious face.
I see it's an interpretation of a chimpanzee.
It's a self-portrait.
Awkward. Crickets chirp as Dasong and Munkwang continue to battle it out in the background.
Of course. Us grown-ups are too jaded to see true genius.
Exterior mansion garden evening.
That must be why. We've gone through dozens of art teachers. They never last more than a month. Of course, the song is a bit too much to handle.
Kiwoo nods. Youngkyo has come to see him out with the dog in her arms. The gate opens. Kiwoo begins to step out when he stops.
Actually, Mrs. Park,
Yes.
something just happened to come to my mind. Her name is.
Through young Kyo's POV, we see the back of Kiwoo's head as he seemingly tries to remember.
Girls' Generation, the girls group. What was her name? The one that she started her own jewelry brand.
Jessica?
Right. Yes, Jessica. My cousin has a school friend named Jessica. I can't remember her, or I don't know her Korean name. She studied applied arts in Illinois, at Illinois State, and she recently moved back to Korea.
Ah, Illinois State. What about her?
She also tutors. She's known to have a very unique approach, but most of the kids she knows how to handle, or most of all, she knows how to handle kids.
Is that so?
Yeah, I mean, she's a bit of a celebrity in the tutoring circles. I mean, her style is a little unorthodox, but still, the kids, she gets the kids into good art schools.
She sounds fantastic. I'm so curious.
I mean, would you be interested in meeting her? She's very busy, so I'm not sure if I'll be able to get you an appointment. But
Interior hair salon day.
Kijun, Jessica.
Jessica? Why Jessica? So tacky.
Kijung is getting her hair done at the neighborhood shop. Kiwoo is sucking on a popsicle on the sofa behind her.
it's got a nice ring. Anyhow, look, she's a nice lady, young, not the brightest tool in the shed. The money is good, and most of all, she's a believer.
She's religious?
Track back to reveal Chun-suk and Ki-taek sitting next to Kijung also getting their hairs trimmed.
No, I mean, it's just she trusts people rather easily.
They become thoughtful. Ki-taek breaks the silence.
She sounds like a great lady.
Right?
Yeah.
The family members all nod. A strange excitement appears on their faces. Exterior mansion gate late afternoon. Kiwoo and Kijung take a deep breath in front of the gate. Kijung looks like a completely new person with short, stylish hair and makeup. Kiwoo is about to ring the doorbell when Kijung stops him. She suddenly starts clapping a beat with her hands.
Jessica, only 12, Chicago, Illinois. My classmate Jin-won is cousin of Kevin.
She sings her bio to the tune of a catchy Korean oldie. Kiwoo joins. Silly and ridiculous, but you can sense a real sibling bond. Finally, Kiwoo presses the button and the doorbell rings throughout the quiet neighborhood. Interior, mansion, kitchen, evening. We find a song at the bottom of the stairs peeking inside the kitchen where Yeon Kyo is interviewing Kijung. They talk quietly, formal, serious. Kiwoo sits a few feet away. Tae tiptoes down from the second floor and sees Dasong peeking. She flicks his forehead and sends him upstairs. She then looks inside the kitchen herself. She focuses on Kijung, scrutinizing, suspicious.
I should go upstairs for the lesson. I'll let you two talk. Jessica, it was really nice meeting you.
Kiwoo gets up and nods to Kijung.
I'll see you next time.
Kijung also stands up, cordial.
Thank you, Kevin.
Tae sees Kiwoo coming and runs back up the stairs. Interior, mansion, Tae's room, evening. Tae hurries back to her desk and pretends to work on problems. The door opens and Kiwoo enters. He sits next to Tae.
Where did we leave off? Number 17?
You know...
What is it?
You know it's all an act, right? My brother?
What are you talking about?
It's all fake. Acting all bizarro like he's some crazed artist. He's just a big fraud.
The song?
You know, like he would stop in the middle of the street and pretend he was struck by a sudden inspiration.
Randomly staring up at the clouds and pondering shapes? Something like that?
Exactly! He's the worst! And he acts like he can't behave normal. Like he's completely perplexed. It just makes me want to puke.
So, the song's a fraud? What does that have to do with your English problem?
Tae pouts when Kiwoo suddenly returns to tutor mode. I'm just saying.
Good. Not though. Now those are all great descriptions of the song. Why don't we use them to compose a paragraph in English? You must use the word pretend at least twice.
Kiwoo, master tutor, skillfully guides the conversation back to the lesson, but Dahae still has something on her mind. She puts down her pen. Can I ask you something?
What now?
The teacher downstairs, Miss Jessica, is she really your cousin's friend? This catches Kiwoo off guard. He disguises it with a smile.
I don't know what you're talking about.
She's your girlfriend, isn't she? Kiwoo relaxes and laughs. He looks at Dahae, who is all worried and serious. Oh, she's cute.
Come on. I just met her today.
She's very pretty. Not even interested?
I mean, yeah, she's pretty. I mean, beautiful even.
I knew it. You are interested.
If you were a perfect 10, maybe she would be a 6. 6.5.
A cheesy line, but Dahae smiles, pleased. Suddenly, she grabs Kiwoo's wrist under the desk. She presses it gently, feeling his pulse. A bold, unexpected move on her part. Kiwoo stares quietly at Dahae. Slowly, they grow closer. Lips converge. A soft, gentle kiss through the silence until they hear footsteps coming up the stairs.
Let's study.
Right. Interior mansion, second floor hallway, evening. Yeonkyo and Kijung pass Dahae's room and walk towards the songs. Yeonkyo turns to Kijung, nervous.
I should tell you, he's not good at staying in one place. I hope you understand.
Oh, it's fine.
Kijung has no expression. Nothing phases her. Yeonkyo hesitates before finally opening the door to reveal Dasong's room, a huge clutter. Covered with Dasong's drawings as well as pictures of Native American tribesmen, all kinds of Indian-themed toys, a teepee tent imported from America. Dasong is lying on the floor with a toy arrow tucked between his legs, staring at the ceiling in his own world. This may also be an act.
Would you mind leaving?
Excuse me?
I don't allow parents to sit in on during lessons.
Yeonkyo is surprised. She continues to linger, but Kijung's stare is unwavering.
I just thought since it's the first day, as you can see, the boy is a bit.
You should wait downstairs.
Yeonkyo finally backs down, subdued by Kijung's authority. She walks out of the room. Interior mansion, kitchen, night. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Yeonkyo and Moonkwang nibble on nuts as they pass time in the kitchen. The dog licks Yeonkyo's face, which is full of agony, worry, curiosity. Moonkwang sees Yeonkyo's state.
Would you like some plum extract? I can add some honey. It'll help you relax.
What? Oh, sure.
Moonkwang walks down a narrow set of stairs to the storage basement, stocked with all kinds of food, beverages, and other household necessities. On one side is a cabinet filled with numerous glass jars, hand-extracted plum, tangerine, and fig concentrates. Moonkwang picks up the plum bottle and twists the tightly locked lid when Yeonkyo hurtles down the stairs.
I have an idea. This is what we'll do.
What?
You'll take 2 plum juices to Dasong's room. You're not a parent, so you can go in. You'll just be delivering the drinks.
Oh, you're right. I'll just take a quick peek and let you know how they're doing.
Damn it. Why didn't I think of this before?
Moments later, Moonkwang and Yeonkyo hurry back up the steps with a cup of plum extract. They are startled to see Kijung and Dasong waiting in the kitchen, already done with their lesson. Yeonkyo tries to hide her surprise.
You guys are done?
Kijung is holding a picture drawn by Dasong. Dasong is standing politely behind her.
Mrs. Park, will you please have a seat?
Sure.
Dasong, you go up.
Yeonkyo and Moonkwang are stunned to see Dasong obediently bowing and heading up the stairs. What? Kijung hands Yeonkyo the drawing.
Dasong drew this today.
Yeonkyo is scared. She has no idea what's going on. Kijung clocks Moonkwang peeking over Yeonkyo's shoulder.
I'd like to speak to you alone.
Oh, this is...
Can you please give us a moment?
Yeonkyo's voice falters at Kijung's ice-cold demeanor. Moonkwang stares hard at Kijung before walking away.
I mentioned earlier that I'm also studying art therapy.
Yes, I remember.
Did something happen? Did something happen to Dasong when he was in first grade?
Youngkyo yelps loudly. She quickly covers her mouth. Her hands start shaking.
I feel a bit cautious about bringing this up. It's the first day, after all, but I'll need to know what happened to the song in order to truly understand him.
When he was in first grade, I'm sorry, I don't know if I can talk about this right now.
It's fine. We can talk about it later.
Kijun puts a finger on the drawing.
Here, this lower section is what's called the schizophrenia zone in psychology. It contains clues about the mental state of the child. Do you see this particular shape drawn here?
Yes, I do.
Youngkyo suddenly looks up from the drawing and stares at the large framed picture on the wall.
My gosh, it's another drawing too, same spot.
Kijun looks back at the picture.
Yes, same spot, same pattern.
Youngkyo nods fervently. She sobs harder. She feels like a horrible mother.
I see that picture every day, every time I eat. I had no idea.
You don't have to beat yourself up. These drawings are records of Dasong's emotions, a black box of his soul. I'd like to try and unlock that box, but I'll need time.
Of course. Please take as much time as you need. I can wait.
I suggest 4 2-hour sections a week, Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. This is different from regular tutoring. It's art therapy. So I would need to be compensated at a higher rate.
Of course, I understand.
Kijun continues her performance as multi-certified art teacher and therapist Jessica when we hear a car pull into the garage. Moments later, Dong-ik Park, 45, Youngkyo's husband and Dasong's father, emerges from the stairs next to the front entrance. We notice the automated motion sensor lights blinking above the main entrance as Dong-ik walks in. Yoon, 31, the driver, follows up with Dong-ik's things.
Oh,
Youngkyo wipes away her tears.
Dong-ik, say hi to Miss Jessica, Dasong's new art teacher. She just started today. Jessica, this is Dong-ik.
Hello.
Dong-ik looks tired, but even the fatigue adds to his mystique and cool as a high-flying CEO. He shares a brief handshake with Kijun.
Thank you for helping the song. Are they done for the day?
Yes, they just finished.
I'm sorry, Yun, but are you busy tonight? Would you mind taking Miss Jessica home? I don't want her walking down the hill alone at night.
Interior Dong-ik's car, driving night. Kijun sits quietly in the back. She looks quite natural in the backseat of the swanky Mercedes. Yoon sneaks glances at Kijun through the rearview mirror.
Where do you live, Miss Jessica? I might as well just drive you home.
It's fine. Just drop me off at Heiwa Station. Thank you.
Kijun's cold demeanor intrigues Yoon instead of putting him off. He's attracted. He tries again.
It doesn't matter if it's far. I mean, I'm done for the day anyway.
I'll get off at Heiwa.
Yoon looks out the window.
Looks like it's gonna rain. I bet the Mercedes is way better than the subway.
No, I'm supposed to meet my boyfriend at the station.
I see.
Yoon's smile disappears. He quietly turns the steering wheel. Kijun stares at the back of Yoon's head, thinking. Then, she slowly reaches under her skirt and starts rolling down her underwear. Her eyes twinkle in the dark as she folds the removed underwear in her hands. Interior buffet restaurant day.
Did you drive Benzies when you were a designated driver?
Not when I was at the designated driver service. I drove a lot of them when I was at a valet.
When were you a valet?
After the fried chicken and before the Taiwanese castella. About 6 months, I'd say.
Nah, it was after the Castella shop went bust.
Kitek and family stack food onto their already mountainous plates as they move along the buffet line. They're at a large budget restaurant frequented by bus and taxi drivers. Kiwu makes sure no one is listening before.
We're already starting phase 3.
I planted a little trap in the Mercedes. We'll see if he bites.
Then it's begun. Father, how amazing is this? We could, we just so happen to be eating at a buffet for bus drivers. How symbolic.
Kitek doesn't get it, but beams anyway.
This place is amazing. You guys eat as much as you want.
You're not even buying, you big bum. They are.
P-Tech is still happy. He's grown immune to Chung-Suk's insults.
Here,
He puts some of his own meat on Kiwoo's plate.
have some of this, son.
Thanks, Dad. By the way, did you say? Wait, what did you say to Mr. Park yesterday?
Why?
She was over the moon about you, saying you were a godsend, a freaking miracle, FedExed from heaven.
I just Googled art therapy and did a little improv, and she just lost her marbles. Started crying like a baby. Can't believe how gullible she is.
Interior Dong-ik's car driving night. Dong-ik is going through some papers in the back when one drops under the seat. As he reaches down to grab it, he sees a big white shape beneath the passenger seat. He picks it up, a pair of women's underwear, Ki-jung's. Dong-ik looks disgusted. He stares hard at the back of Yoon's head before putting the underwear in his pocket. Interior mansion entrance night. Dong-ik rushes up the garage stairs. He passes the blinking motion sensor lights and stomps towards the kitchen.
What's wrong? Something happened?
Dong-ik checks to see if the kids are around.
It's Yun, that son of a bitch. I found this under the car seat.
Dong-ik pulls out the panties from his pocket. Yeon-kyo gasps, shocked, perhaps more outraged than necessary.
You pay him well, don't you? He doesn't have money to go to a hotel. Is he saving that money for something?
Maybe he's a sexual deviant? He might get off on doing it in his car, in his boss's car.
Yeon-kyo sees Dong-ik is in no mood.
I'm sorry, babe. I had no idea that he was such a perv.
I don't care who or what he screws. That's his business. I get it. He's a young guy. But why does he have to do it in my car? And why in the back seat? That's my space. Is he trying to mark his territory with his dirty cum stains? Son of a bitch, cross the line.
Yeon-kyo doesn't know what to do. Her husband rarely gets this upset. Dong-ik comes down and looks down at the underwear.
You know what's even weirder?
What?
Don't you see? Think about it.
Yeon-kyo is freaked out of her mind.
So they have sex in the car. It's not unusual to leave behind a few strands of hair, maybe an earring. But how do you forget your underwear?
It's true. You don't just forget to put on your knickers.
That's why I'm more concerned by his partner, her mental state. Do you know what I mean?
Dong-ik checks the surroundings before whispering something in Yeon-kyo's ear.
No. Like, I can't pronounce that.
Methamphetamine.
Methamphetamine, cocaine.
Shh.
What do we do? If they find some of that white powder in your car, we're all doomed.
Calm down, babe. Relax. We don't want to go too far. Not yet. For now, it's just a suspicion. A well-founded one.
As the Parks continue to fret over the panties, the camera booms up to reveal Ki-jung standing on the stairs with her bag, listening to the conversation.
We can't even take something like this to the police. And it would look ridiculous if I tried to interrogate him. What would I say? Yun, did you have sexual intercourse in my car? That's why I was thinking.
Yes, dear.
You have to take care of this. Come up with some kind of bland, harmless reason. Let him go quietly. Don't even mention the panties or the intercourse.
I understand. We don't want the neighborhood birds gossiping about the park's drivers sexing up the boss's car.
Exactly. Our names will forever be linked with his disgusting behavior.
Yeon-kyo nods, then thanks.
You don't think Yun would post something online, do you? Go on a Twitter vendetta? He could announce to the whole world what he was unfairly fired by a famous tech CEO.
We'll pay him severance, enough to keep him quiet. Just choose your words carefully when you let him go. Then we'll be fine.
Just then, Kijun starts walking down the stairs, stepping loudly so the parks can hear. Yeonkyo leaps out of her seat. Donghyuk quickly hides the underwear and puts on an awkward smile.
Are you guys done? How was the song today?
Exterior mansion garden night. Yeonkyo and Kijun walk towards the gate. Yeonkyo sidles up to Kijun, acting friendlier than usual.
Miss Jessica, I wanted to ask, the other night when Yun took you home,
Oh, yes?
this may sound weird, but did anything happen that night?
No, I went straight home.
Good. That's good to hear.
Such a nice man. I asked him to drop me off at Haiwa Station, but he kept insisting that he would take me home.
So the bastard went to your house at night. He knows where you live.
No, I just got off at Haiwa.
Thank God. You did the right thing. Nice, Jessica.
Did something happen to him?
Yeonkyo opens the gate.
Well, he won't be working for us anymore. There was a bit of an incident. You don't need to know the details.
Oh, that's too bad. He seemed like a nice man.
You're so precious, Miss Jessica. So innocent. You still have a lot to learn about this world.
Kijun stifles her laughter as she walks down the steps. She sees Moon Kwang walking back home with the park's 3 dogs in the distance. Yeonkyo waves at them.
We used to like him too. We were excited to have a driver who was young and hip.
I thought most people preferred older drivers.
Yes, it's true. Older drivers tend to drive more carefully. They're more sophisticated.
My uncle had a driver who was like that, Mr. Kim, a real gentleman, such a kind man. We used to follow him like an uncle.
Really?
Yes, he was such a warm and kind-hearted person. Unfortunately, my uncle was transferred to Chicago and had to let Mr. Kim go. I don't know what he's doing these days.
I'm very interested in this person, Miss Jessica. Do you think I could meet him? As you can see, it's becoming harder and harder for me to trust people. I won't hire anyone unless they're recommended by people I absolutely, positively trust. I just have a feeling he could be a great candidate since you grew up with him and all.
Moon Kwang walks within earshot and hears the conversation. Her curiosity is piqued. The dogs wag their tails and swarm Yeonkyo.
Oh, would you like to meet him? Are you serious?
I'm deadly serious. I think this is the best way to hire people, through people I trust. It's like what should I call it?
Yeonkyo makes a peculiar hand gesture.
Belt of trust.
As the scene's theme music, titled The Belt of Trust, begins to play, we cut to the inside of an interior Mercedes. Ki-Tek is in the driver's seat. We don't know whose car this is or where we are. He tries buckling the seatbelt, presses various buttons on the instrument panel. Ki-woo is in the back seat, telling his father to try this and that. As some people approach, the pair hop out of the car and move on to another one, revealing that we are inside a large Mercedes dealership in the middle of Gangnam. Ki-Tek and Ki-woo continue to explore brand new Benzes, sharing quality father and son time. Interior Donnick's company, CEO office day, an office overlooking Seoul's soaring skyscrapers. Donghyuk is in a meeting with his HODs, had like a board of directors basically. He suddenly looks up at the other side of the glass wall where Ki-Tek is sitting in a chair waiting patiently to be seen.
I'm sorry, I'll be right with you.
Don't worry, sir. Take your time.
Interior Donnick's car driving late afternoon.
This isn't a test or anything, so you don't have to be nervous. I just wanted to get out of the office. I was dying in there.
Ki-Tek is in the driver's seat. The belt of trust continues under the scene.
I understand. You're surrounded by people all day. I'm sure you want some peace in the car.
Ki-Tek turns off the car's navigation.
Thank you. You must know your way around the city.
Every highway, road, and alley south of the DMZ. You do this for 30 years, it becomes second nature.
I admire people who work in one profession their whole lives.
It's a simple job, really, but I take pride in it. Every morning I go on a journey with a father, a CEO, or just a solitary man walking through life. It's sort of a companionship.
Ah,
That's how I treated my job for the last 30 years. How time flies.
The words drip with cheese, but they somehow sound heartfelt when Keetek says it with his humble stammer. As the music crests towards a climax, Keetek turns the wheel, making a smooth left turn.
exquisite corner work. I can feel your experience.
Interior mansion stairs night. As the music continues, slow motion of Kijun gracefully, rhythmically walking down the stairs. She finds Moon Kwang dozing off at the dining table, lightly snoring, dogs circling her feet. Kijun stares for a long moment. As she walks past the dining room, she slaps the wall loudly, shocking Moon Kwang out of her daydream. Moon Kwang acts like she wasn't sleeping.
She's an old fox. She acts like she's Mrs. Park's sister.
Interior mansion Dahe's room night. Moon Kwang leaves a plate of fruits for Kiwoo and Dahe. Kiwoo stares at her intently as she walks out.
She's been in the house the longest, longer than the family. She used to work for the previous owner, the architect, Nangun Waja, who recommended her to the Parks after he moved to France. Told him she'd be taking care of the house and so on.
Interior pizza time day.
Oh, she survived an ownership change.
It's a maid job. Of course, she won't just let it go.
If we want to extract her, we'll need to do some prep work.
That's right. We'll need a plan.
Chung-suk, Ki-woon, and Ki-jung are sitting at the corner table. We notice the tacky Pizza Time logo everywhere. The pizza shop owner from scene 4 begrudgingly brings a combination pizza over to the table. She hates that she has to serve these losers.
Hey, how about some more hot sauce here?
The owner picks up a hot sauce from the other table and drops it in front of Chung-suk. Chung-suk mouths, "Bitch," as the owner walks away. Ki-woo studies the hot sauce. He picks it up and squirts 2 drops on a blank napkin as if testing something.
There's something that Dahe told me.
Interior mansion, Dahe's room night.
I'm so sick of... Oh, sorry. Heather?
Oh, sorry, that's me. I'm so sick of apples. I want peaches.
Then why don't you just ask for them?
Dahe is griping about the fruit plate Moon Kwang brought. She picks up an apple slice and lovingly feeds it to Kiwoo. We can't have peaches. It's a forbidden fruit in our house. Interior neighborhood store day. Kijun picks up a peach from the fruit section. She holds it in the sunlight and carefully examines the soft fuzz surrounding it.
The housekeeper is has a severe peach allergy. If she goes near the peach, she'll turn red and start hyperventilating. Full-on asthma attack. Does everything but kill her.
Interior semi-basement kitchen day. Using a sharp razor, Kiwoo meticulously shaves off the fuzz around the peach. He deposits the fuzz in a transparent pen cap. Haunting, nerve-scraping music plays underneath. Exterior mansion garden late afternoon. Kiwoo walks out of the house after another lesson. He bows to Moon Kwang, who is in the yard holding out treats for the dogs. Kiwoo takes out his pen as he passes Moon Kwang. He opens the cap and gently pours peach fuzz over her shoulders. Exterior mansion road night. Kiwoo has just walked out of the gate when he hears violent coughing from inside. He casually walks down the hill as the coughing echoes throughout the neighborhood, creating a discordant harmony with the music. Interior hospital hallway day. Moon Kwang is on the bench talking on her phone, still covered in red spots. She's unaware that Keetek is watching from several feet away. He takes out his phone and snaps a selfie, making sure to include Moon Kwang in the background.
It was the worst one I ever had. I was sure I was going to die. No, I'm telling you, no peaches for miles. That's what I'm saying. It's driving me nuts.
Interior department store underground garage day. Young-kyo carries a bunch of shopping bags out of the department store. Ki-taek is waiting at the Mercedes. He opens the trunk and puts Young-kyo's bags in. When he's done, he continues to linger. He hesitates before taking out his phone.
Miss Park, I didn't know if this was worth mentioning, but I wanted to make sure.
He shows Young-kyo a photo on his phone.
This person behind me, is that?
You're talking to yourself, Morgan.
What? Hey, that's Man King. So it was her. I didn't quite remember her face. I'd only seen her a couple of times when I went up to the house. Where is this from? Is that a hospital? Yes, I was at the hospital the other day for an annual checkup. I was taking a selfie to send to my wife, and I saw her behind me.
Young-kyo looks closely at the picture.
Looks like she was talking on the phone. Yes, yeah, I didn't mean to, but I ended up overhearing.
Interior semi-basement living room day flashback.
I didn't mean to eavesdrop. I happened to be right there, and unfortunately, overheard everything.
Clint.
Cut. Stop right there. Dad, you're overdoing it. The worrying thing, tone it down a bit. I can tell you're acting.
Ki-taek rehearses his scene holding a piece of paper with his lines.
Action.
Interior Mercedes driving day.
I really didn't mean to. I was just right there, and I just happened to overhear. What did you hear?
Ki-taek looks at Young-kyo through the rearview mirror. He takes a hesitant beat before opening his mouth.
I don't know if I should say.
Interior semi-basement living room day flashback.
I heard her say she was diagnosed with tuberculosis.
Interior Mercedes driving day.
Tuberculosis? Are you sure? What was it? Active pulmonary tuberculosis. She was talking on the phone and she seemed very upset, like she was angry at herself.
Interior semi-basement living room day flashback.
I didn't even know tuberculosis was a thing.
Interior Mercedes driving day.
I didn't even know tuberculosis was still a thing. Neither did I. I remember years ago we used to buy those seals for Christmas, but I thought it was all over. You should look it up. Korea still has the highest tuberculosis rate among OECD countries. I can't believe that. Van Kwang, how could she not tell me? I wasn't sure if I should say anything, but I felt like you should know. I mean, she was just going about her business like everything was normal. There were young children in the house. This song is only 10, and this woman with her tuberculosis is in the kitchen making food and touching the dishes? Stop.
Young-kyo goes into a shrieking fit.
Please, no more.
Interior mansion Desong's room late afternoon. The art lesson is in progress. Ki-jung has Desong in her lap. She touches Desong's face with her cheek as she looks at his drawing. Ki-jung's cell phone dings. It's a text from Ki-taek. ETA 3 minutes. Get ready. Interior mansion stairs late afternoon. Suspenseful music builds as Ki-jung descends the stairs. When she removes her hand from her pocket, we see it's covered in soft peach fuzz. The fuzz glistens in the afternoon sunlight as Ki-jung walks down to the kitchen, where she opens the fridge and removes a bottle of water. Moon-kwang comes over and hands her a glass. As Ki-jung takes the glass, she casually swipes the peach fuzz on Moon-kwang's hand. Interior mansion garage late afternoon. Our first time inside the garage. Ki-taek carries the many shopping bags up the stairs. Young-kyo follows when she hears violent coughing coming from upstairs. Interior mansion entrance late afternoon. Young-kyo is appalled to see Moon-kwang coughing like a sick dog as she comes out to greet her and Ki-taek. Moon-kwang tries to take the bags from Ki-taek, but the coughing becomes unbearable, and she runs to the kitchen. She tries to stifle her cough with a napkin. No use. She throws the napkin in the trash and rushes to the bathroom. Young-kyo is horrified. It's like watching a bola spread in front of her eyes. Ki-taek just stands there, staring quietly at the discarded napkin in the kitchen. Interior, semi-basement, living room, evening, flashback.
If you have the opportunity, do it. Just like we practiced. It'll be the cherry on top.
Interior, mansion, entrance, late afternoon. Ki-taek leaves Young-kyo behind and walks over to the kitchen. He removes his hand from his pocket and reaches into the trash can, at which point we cut to a Pizza Time hot sauce packet hidden in Ki-taek's palm. He quickly squirts the red sauce onto the napkin.
Our bloody finale.
A terrified Young-kyo watches as Ki-taek removes the bloody napkin from the trash. Ki-taek grimly holds it in front of her. Young-kyo becomes dizzy. She closes her eyes to keep herself from fainting. The music that continued through the last several scenes, the Belt of Trust, comes to a dramatic end. Interior, mansion, stairs, late afternoon. No more music. The house is quiet. We see a text from Young-kyo on Ki-taek's phone. Second floor sauna. Make sure she doesn't see you. Ki-taek looks around before quietly treading up the stairs. Interior, mansion, sauna, late afternoon. A small phone booth-sized sauna situated at the end of the hallway between the dressing room and bathroom. As soon as Ki-taek walks in, Young-kyo shuts the door and pulls down the roller shades. They are now inches away from each other in the tight space. Light seeps in from outside, illuminating Young-kyo's bloodshot eyes and smeared makeup.
Mr. Kim, you have to promise me you won't tell my husband. Of course. You can't find out what I've been keeping. He can't find out that I've been keeping that walking lung disease around the kids this whole time. He'll kill me. Don't worry, Mrs. Park. I don't want to step out of line, but I had a quick request as well. See, I have nothing personal against the housekeeper. I only acted out of moral obligation to protect the health and safety of the public. I wouldn't want Mr. Park to think that I'm some kind of tattletale. Don't worry. I'm not going to mention the tuberculosis to Munkwang. I'll come up with a completely unrelated reason. Let her go quietly. I see. It's the best way. I've done it before. Well, I trust your judgment.
Ki-taek puts out his hand as if he wants to officialize their top secret deal. They're sharing the most awkward handshake in the world when Young-kyo suddenly cringes.
Did you wash your hands, Mr. Kim?
Interior, mansion, kitchen, backyard, late evening. The backyard seen through kitchen windows. Strong winds shake the trees. A storm is en route. Young-kyo is seated on at the patio table with Munkwang. Her face is cold as she calmly explains something to her soon-to-be former housekeeper. Munkwang's face gradually turns dark. Exterior, mansion, road, late evening. Munkwang carries a large bag down the hill, still in disbelief, devastated. Her hair dances wildly in the rough wind. The sky is getting darker. Munkwang keeps looking back at the house as she walks away. She stops and stares at the firmly closed gate for a very long time. Interior, Mercedes, driving night. It's raining outside.
Mr. Kim, do you know a place where I can get some good short ribs? Somewhere not too far.
Of course.
Ki-taek turns the wheel and switches lanes.
You'll be eating out tonight?
Yes, I suddenly had a craving for juicy short ribs, since I can't have them at home now.
Ki-taek makes an effortless U-turn across the large 8-lane road. The raindrops on the windows swerve diagonally.
Our housekeeper used to make the best short ribs.
You mean the lady who just quit yesterday?
She was with us for a long time. I don't know why she suddenly left. Mrs. Park wouldn't even tell me. I mean, there's no shortage of housekeepers looking for work, so I guess we can just hire another one. But it's a real pity. She was a great lady.
I see.
She took care of all the little things in the house, and she was a tremendous cook. Most importantly, she never crossed the line. If there's one thing I hate, it's people who cross the line. Well, I guess she did have one flaw. She was a big eater, ate twice as much as other people, but I suppose she worked twice as hard to make up for that.
I guess Mrs. Park will need to find a new housekeeper soon.
or the house will descend into chaos. I guarantee she won't be able to survive a week without one. Shambles, I tell you. My clothes will start smelling. Mrs. Park definitely wins the worst homemaker award. Doesn't know her way around a vacuum, and her cooking is just abysmal.
But you still love her, don't you?
Kitek's suddenly serious comment catches Dong-ik off guard. Silence. Then Dong-ik starts laughing. Hard.
Of course I love her. I don't know what else you'd call this.
Then maybe you should look at this.
Kitek removes a business card from his pocket and hands it to Dong-ik. On beautiful ivory-colored stock, only the name The Care is printed in elegant typography. No number, no address.
The Care? What is this?
No, I just found out about it recently, too. It's a membership-based total care company catering to families of VIPs like yourself. They provide maids and home caregivers, also drivers like myself. From what I hear, they select only the best, the most experienced workers.
Looks very nice.
Dong-ik flips the card to the other side.
The design is it's gorgeous. How did you learn about this company, Mr. Kim?
They called me about working for them. I guess I'm one of the more experienced drivers around, so they wanted to recruit me. I turned them down because I was already scheduled to meet you.
I see. Well, I'm honored that you chose me over such a reputable company. I am forever grateful, Mr. Kim.
Dong-ik laughs.
You're being ridiculous, sir.
They're laughing, but there's a subtle underlying tension between the two men. There's still a line Dong-ik won't cross. He suddenly drops the smile.
Well then, I guess I'll just give this to Mrs. Park.
Yes, you should, but don't say I gave it to you. You should tell her that you looked it up yourself.
Good idea. That should have earned me some points. Thank you, Mr. Kim.
They're membership only, so I don't think they have a website or anything. There's a consultation number on the back.
Interior semi-basement morning. Ring, ring, ring. Kijun picks up an old flip phone with The Care business card taped on front. She sounds like a completely different person. Sweet, welcoming.
Thank you for calling The Care. This is Senior Advisor Yeomi Young's son. How may I help you?
Chung-suk and Ki-taek watch Kijun as they eat breakfast.
She could have won an Oscar if she became an actress.
She has a nice voice, doesn't she? Just like me.
Interior mansion kitchen morning. Young-kyo has the phone on speaker. She has disposable kitchen gloves on and is generally floundering in the kitchen, overloading the dishwasher and sterilizing the disease-ridden pots and pans in an oversized steamer.
I heard I need to sign up for a membership.
That's correct. We are a membership-only service. If you aren't currently a member, I can guide you through the steps to become one.
Sure, okay.
Do you have a pen? I can give you the list of forms you need to submit.
Exterior mansion backyard late afternoon. A fully transformed Chun-suk sits at the white patio table with Young-kyo. Classy hairstyle, tasteful makeup. Young-kyo goes through Chung-suk's papers, especially focusing on her doctor's note. Just then, a white butterfly flits by Chung-suk's face, its wings playfully bouncing off the bright summer sunlight. Over the idyllic scene, a beautiful aria begins to flow. Interior mansion various evening. As the music continues, steady cam shot. We glide up the stairs, first following Chung-suk's feet, then rising up to shoulder height, tracking her from behind as she walks down the second floor hallway. She opens the door to Daehae's room. We follow Chung-suk as she walks in and sets down a plate of fruits in front of Daehae and Kiwoo. Yay! Peaches!
Please have some too, Mr. Kevin.
Thank you, ma'am.
Chung-suk pinches Kiwoo's earlobe while Daehae is not looking. Kiwoo nearly jumps. Chung-suk just smiles and walks out of the room. We continue to follow her as she pads down the hall and enters to Song's room, where we see the teepee in the corner. The flap opens and Kijun peeks out to see who it is. Dasong is tightly cuddled up between her arms, drawing a picture. He looks at Chung-suk embarrassed.
Next time, just knock and leave the food outside.
Sorry.
Please don't come in during the lesson.
Chung-suk scoffs. She mouths, "Just eat the damn quiches," as she hands off the plate. She looks around the drawings in the room. Not impressed. She steps out into the hallway. We hear Dong-ik arriving downstairs. Dasong hears it too. He bolts out of the room and flies past Chung-suk towards the dining room.
Daddy! So did you get the walkie?
Dasan, lesson's not over yet.
This guy. That's all you think about, isn't it? Camping.
Dong-ik picks Dasong up and holds him tightly. Camera circles around them and shows Ki-taek emerging from the garage with a bunch of boxes. Brand new camping supplies. On top is a walkie-talkie box.
Wow! A T667? Dope!
What's all this stuff? We just bought camping gear last year.
They're different. Might as well complete the collection.
Dasong has already opened the walkie-talkie box. He also goes through the other items, campfire supplies, an axe for chopping firewood. As Ki-taek walks out, he quickly feels up Chung-suk's behind. Chung-suk giggles to herself as she goes to the kitchen sink. The long Steadicam shot is about to come to a glorious end after showing the semi-basement's family complete and successful infiltration of the Park mansion. Wait, not yet. Dasong suddenly starts sniffing the air. He runs over to Chung-suk and shoves his nose in her belly, startling her greatly. Dasong then darts over to Ki-taek and shoves his nose in his pant leg.
Dasan, what's wrong with you?
Same smell. They smell exactly the same.
Ki-taek and Chung-suk freeze. Young-kyo, embarrassed, roughly pushes Dasong away.
Stop talking nonsense and go up to your room. Miss Jessica's waiting.
That's weird. Miss Jessica has the same smell.
Dong-ik laughs awkwardly.
He's a little out there.
They all laugh, but no one is laughing inside. Interior semi-basement night. The table teems with food. We notice the viewing stone prominently displayed in the middle. An interesting decorating choice. Ki-taek is cooking ribs and mushrooms on an electric skillet when he suddenly smells his clothes.
He scared me, the little punk. Does this mean we'll have to use different soaps?
Maybe we should all wash our clothes with different deodorants. I mean, different fabric softeners too.
You mean I have to wash all of your clothes separately? Oh, frig no.
It won't work. It's the basement smell.
Kiwoo is blank.
The smell won't go away unless we leave this place.
Truth bomb. They all fall silent at the brutal reality check, and for a while we only hear the sizzling of the grill. Ki-taek picks up his Sapporo and tries to change the subject.
Forget about that. This is a good problem to have. Think about our lives before. It's a dog-eat-dog world out there. Hundreds of college graduates compete for a security guard job, for Christ's sake. Not us. We're all gainfully employed.
Ah, you're right, Father. Cheers.
Sure, we may not be getting six-figure salaries, but it's no small amount if you combine our wages. The parks are investing a great deal part of their fortune in our family. So let us give thanks to Mr. Park, our generous employer. A great man. And how can I forget Min Yuk? How lucky that our son is friends with such a thoughtful young man. It's all because of him that... Fuck. Do they always have to ruin the moment?
The family members all turn toward the window, which is being rattled by a robust stream of urine. A short, barely standing drunk man is relieving himself in the corner.
That mother...
Kiwoo jumps up. He grabs the viewing stone from the table and walks towards the door. Ki-taek, worried, quickly runs after him.
Oh no, here comes the rage machine.
Why is he acting tough all of a sudden? Is he trying to kill someone?
Ki-taek catches up to Kiwoo and wrests the stone from his hands. Kiwoo picks up an umbrella instead. He runs out. Ki-jung lights up. This is going to be fun. She opens up the high-speed photography app on her phone and starts filming. We see the following sequence through the app in slow motion. Kiwoo appears outside the window and starts swinging the umbrella wildly at the short man, who sprays urine everywhere as he falls. Ki-taek runs out with a bucket of water. He throws the water at the short man, but momentarily loses balance and slashes Ki-woo instead. Ki-jung laughs. This is gold. Chung-suk has no interest. She continues grilling meat, happy to finish the food by herself. Unsettling music plays over the wild, primal thrashing of the three men. The violent, rage-fueled dance dissolves to exterior mansion garden day. The garden is sun-drenched. Song looks up at the sky through a piece of soot-covered glass, an improvised sun viewer. He has a bow and axe strapped to his back. He pushes the button on his walkie-talkie.
The sky is mostly clear, some clouds visible, but no rain clouds over.
Interior mansion dining room.
Copy that. I'm here in the kitchen, and Dahe has been infected with a serious case of duck lips. If she keeps pouting like that, she might actually turn it into a duck. She looks pissed. Over. Scroll.
Jacob. Dong-ik giggles as he teases Dahe, who looks completely miserable in her camping outfit.
What's with the face? Let's all try to have a good time.
Can't I just stay home and study with Kevin?
I know you hate camping, but it's Desong's birthday, and you're his sister. Come on, it won't be so bad. We'll build a fire, sing happy birthday at midnight, blow out candles under the stars. It'll be wonderful.
Chung-suk brings up a tent bag and a guitar case from the storage basement. Dahe gives up and puts on her large Bluetooth headphones, shutting out reality. Yeonkyo takes Chung-suk to the living room where the three dogs are.
I'm sure you know all of their names by now. Barry, Junie, Fufu.
Oh, of course. Barry and Junie only eat natural, balanced, organic.
Yeonkyo emphasizes by pointing at each of the dogs' food in the care basket.
Yes, and Fufu also needs this kamaboko, Japanese crab cake.
Interior mansion garage day.
And don't hold the leash too short when you're walking Junie. He needs to burn off that energy. It's easy if you think of him as a canine version of Desong.
Don't worry.
Yeonkyo is sitting in the driver's seat, endlessly rattling off instructions until the garage door goes all the way up and the Mercedes starts rolling out. Desong pretends to shoot an arrow from the back seat, and Chung-suk grabs her chest like she was shot. Moments later, she's finally alone. She presses the button. Her face gradually immerses in darkness as the shutter goes down. Interior mansion living room evening. Chung-suk is taking a peaceful nap on the large sofa. We hear her soft breathing. Slanted late afternoon rays wrap her face warmly. She slowly wakes up and wipes her drool. As she sits up, we see Ki-taek sleeping behind her. Chung-suk looks out at the garden where Ki-woo is lying in the grass with the three dogs. Looking at the sky, we see a yellow journal clutched in his hand.
What are you doing out there? Come inside.
Ki-woo takes a deep breath as he gazes up at the sky. He's never been more relaxed.
You should try it. It's nice to see. It's nice to be able to see the sky from your own home.
He picks himself up and walks into the living room. He stretches his arms as he walks over to the kitchen.
Water, Mom?
Oh, sure.
Ki-woo gets a few bottles of Evian from the fridge. He gives one to Chung-suk before heading up the stairs. A groggy Ki-taek gets up from the sofa and trudges over to the cabinet in the corner. A variety of whiskeys are on display. Interior mansion, second floor bathroom, evening. Ki-jung is taking a bubble bath. She picks up the remote and changes the channel on the wall-mounted TV when a knock.
Hey, want some water?
Oh, read my mind. Thanks, Brody.
The door opens a crack and Ki-woo rolls a bottle towards Ki-jung. He then continues on to interior mansion, Dahe's room, evening. Ki-woo throws himself on Dahe's bed. He reaches into the space between the bed and the wall and finds a pretty wooden box hidden there, Dahe's box of secrets. It has a small combination lock on the front. Ki-woo unlocks the box and puts in the yellow journal he was reading. He then takes out another yellow journal and opens it. Pages filled with Dahe's small, thoughtful handwriting. Interior mansion sauna evening. Ki-taek sits with a white towel across his lap, sweating it out in the steam-filled room. He guzzles down a cold bottle of Evian. Refreshing. He turns the hourglass upside down. The sound of myriad sand grains rolling down the glass turns into the sound of rain. Interior, mansion, living room, night. The large coffee table is filled with various whiskey bottles and gourmet snacks. The 4 family members are comfortably sprawled across the couch and floor. It's like they own the place. They sip whiskey and watch rain falling outside the window.
This is classy. Sipping whiskey on a rainy day, enjoying the view.
Kitek takes several bottles and pours a little of each into his tumbler.
What the hell are you doing? Why are you mixing all the booze?
This way Mr. Park won't notice. It'll be too obvious if we drink from only one bottle.
Oh, nice to see you use that brain for once.
Barry comes over to Chung-Suk wagging her tail, but Chung-Suk kicks her away. Chung-Suk is already drunk. Her face is bright red.
But you always get sloshed when you mix your drinks, Dad.
Hey, Jung, that's no way to talk to your father. Shit face? No. Not you too.
Let me pour you a shot, Father.
Kiwoo tries to lighten the mood. He looks out the window as he pours a shot with both hands.
It's probably raining at the campsite, too. They must be having a magical time. Dahae and her family, raindrops pandering, on the tent playing the guitar.
By the way, what's that yellow notebook you've been carrying?
This? Kiwoo picks up the yellow journal. It's Dahae's diary.
Oh my gosh, why are you reading that?
I just want to understand her on a deeper level.
Disgusting. You two going out or something?
I mean, it's serious. She likes me too. I'm going to officially ask her out when she goes to college, for real.
Hold on.
Right.
Sorry.
They all stare at Kiwoo. He must be playing them, but he's not. Kitek slaps Kiwoo's shoulder.
Oh, hold on.
Here,
That's
I'll read action descriptions.
No, I got it. The script wasn't moving, so I was trying to look it up on my own. Okay, they all look at Kiwoo. He must be shitting them, but he's not. Kitek slaps Kiwoo's shoulder.
That's my boy. That means this is your future wife's house. Parks for your in-laws.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
Chung-Suk joins the laughter.
You mean you're freaking washing dishes for my future in-laws?
Hilarious. You're washing your future in-laws' tidy whities, your daughter-in-law's school socks.
Kitek pretends to wash a sock, laughing hysterically, when he suddenly feels Chung-Suk's murderous gaze. He slowly stops. Chung-Suk downs her whiskey and turns serious. She calmly turns to Kiwoo.
I like that girl. She's nice, pretty, but not full of herself.
Well, as long as we're getting ahead of ourselves. If you think about it, nowadays people are barely seeing their in-laws anyways. I mean, how many times do you think that the families see each other after the kids get married?
Crazy jerk.
You hear a lot of you hear about people hiring actors to stand in for their parents at weddings. We'll do that same thing. A lot of TV extras do that kind of work.
Kiwoo points at Kijun.
She did too. Got paid for to be the bride's guests. She went to a bunch of weddings last year.
I even caught a bouquet once. First time I ever saw the broad. They paid $10 extra for the bouquet.
That's how you became such a good actress.
Good times continue as the whiskey flows. Jokes and laughter abound.
Sure, the acting was good, but I was surprised that the family was so easy to trick.
Especially the missus. Oh, not the sharpest knife in the drawer. I guess we should be thankful for that.
Yeah, she's so innocent and kind. Rich person who's also kind-hearted.
Chung-Suk stops mid-sip and looks at Kitek.
Not also kind-hearted. She's kind-hearted because she's rich. You get it?
Kitek doesn't. Chung-Suk looks around.
If I had all this, my heart would be overflowing with kindness.
Chung-Suk's voice grows. She gulps down another glass.
That's true. Your mother has a point. Rich people are more naive. They don't have to be bitter, or they don't have a bitter bone in them. And the kids are happier. No wise asses.
It's the money. Money cures all the little wise asses.
Kijun grows slowly irritated as her parents go on and on about rich people. She tosses back her whiskey.
Kiwoo, that guy, that was his name, Yan? The old driver?
Yeah, Mr. Yoon.
He's probably doing fine, right? I'm sure he got a new job.
Yeah, of course, man. He's young, healthy, plenty of opportunities.
Yeah, I'm sure he even got a even better job.
Kijun slams down her glass and yells at her family.
Shut the hell up!
The hell is wrong with you?
Screw rich people. Just worry about your own freaking family.
Kijun looks like she's about to cry. We've never seen her like this before. Vulnerable, like a hurt child.
Dad, please stop worrying about other people. Look at me. Us, your son and daughter. We're right here.
Almost as the exact moment as Kijun's soulful outburst, like a timed effect, lightning and thunder strike outside the window, followed by heavy rain. Ki-taek looks out the window.
Did you see that? Right on cue.
Dad, you were right. Pow! Thunder and lightning. Awesome.
Kiwoo tries to console Kijun. He brushes her hair and talks in a brotherly voice.
Come on, Jessica. Let's drink. Cheers.
Kiwoo clinks his glass against Kijun.
You know, Kijun, when I see you upstairs in the bathroom, you look so
What? I look so what?
you look so natural in that tub. This house, it suits you. Not like us.
Oh, screw off.
No, it's true, Dad. She was in the tub watching TV, taking a fancy bath. It just felt like she belonged to you.
Is that right?
Kiwoo becomes more animated at Ki-taek's exaggerated reaction. He opens his arms wide and looks around at the living room.
Imagine for a second this is our house. Let's say we live here. Which room would you like to have? Out of all of the beautiful rooms designed by the great Nanjang Hayden Joon, which one would you choose? Which one would you want to be yours?
I don't know. Buy me the flippin' house first and I'll think about it.
We're living. Oh, sorry.
We're living here right now, aren't we? We're here in the living room, drinking and having a good time, just like we would if this was our place.
That's true. We are currently living here for all intents and purposes.
This is our house right now. Nice and cozy.
Chung-sook, face bulging red, flashes a dirty grin.
You're cozy, huh? That's real nice. What if Park comes back right now? He would skitter away like a little cockroach.
Chung-sook laughs loudly at her own joke. Ki-taek is quiet.
You kids know what I'm talking about, right? Our apartment. How when we turn on the kitchen lights, the roaches all run away and disappear under the cabinets? He would be exactly like that.
Ki-taek stares hard at Chung-sook, who continues to howl. Ki-taek's eyes are red, hostile. This is a different Ki-taek.
Fucking bitch. You could have gone too far this time.
Chung-sook is silent.
What? I'm a cockroach?
Crash. Ki-taek sweeps the table and knocks over the bottles and plates. Kiwoo and Kijun are stunned. Chung-sook is absolutely still. She glowers at Ki-taek, who unlike before, does not back down. He stares right back, tension growing, when his face starts cracking. He begins to snicker. Chung-sook does too. They both burst into laughter.
I got you. I totally got you.
The two continue to laugh their asses off. Ki-taek seems especially pleased with his performance. He slaps Kiwoo on the shoulder.
How is that, Spielberg? Pretty realistic, right? You like my acting now?
Dad, you totally got me.
Kijun laughs relieved.
Oh, crap. You're going to clean this up, right?
I didn't believe him. I didn't believe him for 1 second.
Really? I thought he was really going to kill you.
He could never do that. Your father hasn't a single backbone in his body. The epitome of a spineless.
They're all laughing uproariously when the doorbell rings loudly throughout the house. They all freeze and look at each other. Who the hell could that be? The doorbell continues to ring.
Can be the.
Who could that be at this time?
I think that's the intermission ringing.
That is.
That's pretty well timed.
I know.
Yeah.
Look at you.
Alrighty, intermission time. See you guys shortly after the 50.
Shortly after the 50.
You guys doing awesome.
4 whole minutes. Woo.
After the 50. That's why you say 51. It's 52. Those who haven't seen it before, what do you guys think so far? Have you seen it, Vicky? No? I think most here haven't.
I've
Or
never
only
even
parts
heard
of it.
I've never even heard of it until it was advertised in the group last week.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, what do you two think of it so far?
I thought it was I thought it was like a horror film at first.
What do you feel about it right now? What kind of film would you call it?
Just a minute. I have a little surprise.
Yeah, I had not seen it yet.
Oh,
So you've heard of it though before, Vicky, but this is your first time really getting into it.
No.
I'm going to look
I'll
like
hear
a
you about
demented
it either.
housekeeper.
Maybe not, huh?
I'm going to look like Nanny McPhee.
McPhee is great. So is Mulder right there.
Well, how's this for a fired housekeeper?
Perfect.
Mulder? Who's Mulder?
Morgan's dog.
Oh. I was kind of thinking that, but at the same time, I wasn't sure because I never knew what her dog's name was.
This is Mulder.
Hey, Mulder.
I hope you're okay with me putting my glasses on. My body just, I can't read without them tonight.
Of course.
Freaking out.
Not at all.
But I will dress like the insane former housekeeper
Perfect.
and lose all touches of sanity. Maybe Morgan's right. Maybe I'm suited to be a villain.
Competition would.
Is that what I said?
You did. You said it on our call earlier.
Heather, your competition is me then.
Oh yeah. Can you impersonate Khan Nooney and sing?
My well, not singing, but I can definitely pull a villain or some really deranged, insane dude.
Hey, I'm almost finished. I'll be just right back.
All right. So we have another moment.
Ho ho!
Well, it just seems that I'm really good at the villainies.
I'm sure you all can do all the different roles, but that's what's great about casting is that each person can bring their own thing to it, their own type of villain.
Well, my mom always said that I was never good at, playing romantic people. So
I like
That's
how
one opinion. One opinion.
I like how for
Ingenues are boring, though. Why would you want to?
that's true. I want to play the people I want to play the person that everybody grows to trust and then turns on them and turns out to be the bad guy, like a Radford in Skylines 3. If you haven't seen that, shame on you.
Do we need to be concerned, Heather? Is this a real life goal? Because
I know. I'm like, red flag? Red flag? What?
No, it's
Jacob.
just
maybe I don't want to go to Sundance with you anymore. I don't know.
side note,
Oh, come on.
Jacob,
You don't know how to
your headset,
party in Utah without me. I know how to
the way
party
it's-
in Utah.
the way it's set up, it gets rid of your virtual background.
So there's like this little gap right around your head.
Yeah.
It's like a weird tech halo. It's kind of cool.
Yeah,
Hint of the real
Oh,
world.
it's probably a real Halo because he's nothing but an angel.
I was gonna say he's distorting reality.
It's
The
my
horns are just keep the halo straight, right? Got it.
Huh?
He's distorting reality. Oh boy.
I prefer that answer. So yes, Petra, Devil Wears Prada is next week.
Yes. Oh my God. Yes. I want
Talking
to
about romantic roles and stuff, kind of, a little bit, not really.
Can I play
Or
the
you
evil?
like-
Can I? Oh, I want to play like.
I want to play Miranda.
Lots of times, a bunch of people all want the same role. It makes everything difficult, and we can't always. So we
I
shall
want to play
see.
bystander number
Who
3.
wants it? I think
I
Nigel
think
could be kind of
We should do if we have space this year, try and do the movie Super 8.
Ooh. Oh yes, but the
That's
descriptions in that
a
are
lot
so
of
phenomenal.
good
I just
Different
wonder-
characters in it.
If we want to,
It's really fascinating.
Can I
like,
play Andy in the? Can I play the intern in Prada if I can't play Miranda?
send me the messages, uh, and then we'll
Because
see
I
who.
really liked
If I'm
Andy.
gonna channel anybody, it's like, oh, she's such a good.
No,
I
I
mean,
really liked Andy though. I really
Oh
identified with her.
I do too. She has the.
Well, you
the
can't
entire
have all the
script was-
roles. You have to pick one. You cannot
Well,
have all the roles.
I didn't say that. I want Miranda. If that's the.
Well, I
Well,
think you and I have good
You
chemistry.
guys will take this offline. We'll do this separately. You can send the messages separately.
You're good.
The different reels
Honestly, and
separately.
all I know, you're gonna have somebody like perfect who's like, hey, I want to do it, and whatever, and I'm just like, yeah.
Well, Jacob,
So,
this is your
it's
fault
fine.
for initiating the
I always
conversation.
love reading the descriptions, and I do know that the script is actually this. I do know about the Devil Wears Prada. The script is mostly similar, but also kind of different. Like they actually cut, I think, the first 8 pages of the scripts.
Well, I've literally seen this next week's movie, so you don't even have to lecture me on that.
Oh man, I guess I have to pick a different movie.
I'm good. I got popcorn.
Morgan apparently sent a picture of her dog
I'll look at it.
reacting to the script, and nobody can see it, or at least I can't.
It's in the
Okay,
iPhone. It's in the iPhone high efficiency image format. So
Yeah, which my computer is like, what is this? Like, I don't know.
I don't
Okay,
have that
good.
either.
We're actually at we actually got all the way down to who do you think it is, so we are picking up from Chung-suk scurries over to the gate monitor, unless you want to start from the doorbell ringing loudly throughout the house again.
Yeah, I say it's a nice spot to overlap and a little recap for a couple words.
Last time
Alright.
on
Ready?
this.
Everybody ready? Here we go. Take it
Mhm.
away, Petra.
The doorbell rings loudly throughout the house. They all freeze and look at each other. Who the hell could that be? The doorbell continues to ring.
Dude, who could that be at this time?
What do you think it is?
Chung-suk scurries over to the gate monitor. She sees a familiar round face filling the screen. It's Moon Kwang. She's standing in the rain dressed in all black.
What the?
Why is she here?
It's her, right? The old housekeeper.
Why do you think she's here?
Moon Kwang presses the doorbell again and again. It rings loudly throughout the neighborhood. This could go on for a while.
What's she doing? Well, why doesn't she just leave?
It's so loud. She could go on all night.
Hold on. I'm supposed to be here. I can answer.
Before Kiwoo can stop her, Chung-suk presses the speak button.
Who is it?
Hi. How are you? I'm Mrs. Park isn't in, right?
Moon Kwang's speech is slightly slurred. She's had a drink or two herself.
I used to work here for many years. The monitor you're looking at, there's a picture above it, right? Very Junie Fufu from left to right.
That's all fine, but how can I help you? It's very late.
You're my replacement, aren't you?
Moon Kwang laughs, sad, drunk laughter. Chung-suk remains on guard. Moon Kwang suddenly turns serious.
I'm so sorry to bother you at this hour. There's something in the basement that I left behind, and I was wondering if I could pick it up. I was fired without any notice, so I didn't have time to gather all my things.
Chung-suk looks at Kiwoo. What do we do? Kiwoo has no idea.
This wasn't our plan.
Interior mansion entrance night. Chung-suk opens the door to reveal Moon Kwang standing in the rain. She looks grotesque, with one eye heavily swollen. Her face is eerily and intermittently illuminated by the motion sensor light. Interior mansion living room night. Moon Kwang drips water as she walks over to the kitchen. The living room is not fully visible from her vantage point. Kiwoo, Ki-taek, and Ki-jung remain in the dark around the coffee table, listening to Chung-suk and Moon Kwang's conversation.
I'm sorry for the intrusion. Thank you so much for letting me in.
She looks over at the kitchen sink.
That faucet drips if you turn it that way.
Moon Kwang continues to drone on deliriously. We don't know if she's just drunk or crazy.
The faucet's fine. What do you need to pick up?
Would you like to come down with me?
Moon Kwang flashes a creepy grin as she points to the stairs descending into the dark storage basement. Chung-suk is spooked. She hesitates.
No thanks. Just hurry up and get what you need.
Interior mansion kitchen night. Close on, a drop of water precariously dangling from the kitchen faucet. It's been a while since Moon Kwang went down to the storage room. Chung Suk starts getting worried. She gets up from the chair. Interior mansion storage basement night. A nervous Chung Suk walks down the narrow staircase and peers into the darkness. She hears a strange moan coming from inside and soon discovers Moon Kwang levitating horizontally in the air. We realize that she actually has her feet set against the wall and is pushing the jar cabinet with her hands. The glass jars rattle as she shoves with all her might. Chung Suk is confused.
Can you give me a hand? Help me push?
Huh?
He's going to die. Please.
What's going on?
Just help me first.
Chung Suk has no idea what's going on, but starts pushing with Moon Kwang. We see Kiwoo, Kijung, and Ki-taek peeking from the staircase. Chung Suk sees something on the ground as she's pushing.
Wait. Oh, maybe this is the problem.
Chung Suk pulls a bundle of wire stuck under the cabinet. As soon as she does, the cabinet smoothly rolls to the side pretty much on its own, as if it's set on rails. It moves out of view to reveal to Chung Suk's great astonishment a dark steel door hidden behind it. Moon Kwang opens the door and hurries inside. Chung Suk shakes off her shock and follows Moon Kwang down the dark staircase. Interior mansion secret room night.
Babe, babe.
We get glimpses of the dark underground bunker as Moon Kwang waves around the flashlight on her cell phone, low ceiling, gray walls, a small passageway. Chung Suk covers her nose at the awful smell.
Say.
Moon Kwang's flashlight finally finds a pale, severely malnourished face. This is Kun-se, 45, Moon Kwang's husband. He looks up from his cot, woken up by the sound. He blinks his large eyes. Chung Suk looks terrified.
Stop yelling. I'm okay.
Moon Kwang immediately shoves a baby bottle in his mouth and starts feeding him. It's filled with some kind of gruel.
No, you're not. You're not okay. Why did you turn off the lights?
We have to conserve energy. It's all comes out of Mr. Park's pocket.
Kun-se turns on the light and is startled to see Chung Suk standing in front of him. He springs from his bed, but Moon Kwang pushes him back down.
It's fine. We're okay.
Moon Kwang points at Chung Suk.
She's a friend. She helped me get in here. It was the darn wires. They were stuck under the cabinets.
No wonder. I tried everything, but I couldn't get it open. I couldn't go up to the kitchen.
How many days have you gone without food? Oh, I'm so sorry, babe.
Chung Suk is at a loss. Kiwoo, Kijung, and Ki-taek have followed Chung Suk and Moon Kwang down and are eavesdropping from the staircase. They look stunned.
What are you people up to? Why are you...
I know how this looks. You must think we're crazy, but please, Chung Suk, have some pity. Us domestic workers, we're sisters.
How the hell do you know my name?
Do Sung and I still text from time to time. I came here because I knew the family would be on a camping trip. I wanted to talk to you alone.
Chung Suk can't believe her ears. Surprise turns to anger.
Don't worry, sis. No one knows I'm here.
She removes a pair of wire cutters from her pocket.
I cut the wires on the surveillance camera on my way in. That's good, right? Huh, big sis?
Wait, hold on. Aren't you older than me?
I was born in 74, year of the tiger. My name is Moon Kwang.
Chung Suk is speechless. Moon Kwang points to Kun-se.
This is my husband, Oh Kun-se.
Kun-se smiles innocently as he continues to suck on the empty bottle. Chung Suk regards the scene with disbelief. Moon Kwang takes out a banana from her pocket. She peels it and feeds it to Kun-se.
So, the whole time you were working here, you were smuggling food down from the kitchen?
No! Everything he ate came from my pocket, from the money I made here. I never stole anything.
Sure. Oh, and how long has he been down here, your husband?
Let's see, about 4 years.
You gotta be kidding me.
4 years, 3 months, and 17 days to be exact.
Kun-se laughs.
That's right. It's already June. He started living here after Mr. Namgoon moved out 4 years ago, before Da Song's family moved in.
Chung-suk looks around the room. It has a toilet, sink, small fridge, an old-fashioned TV set, enough amenities to survive underground. Moonkwak continues to speak, blinking her swollen eyes.
A lot of these rich people, they build bunkers and secret rooms in their homes. You know, in case the North Koreans invade or in case creditors come knocking on their doors. Maybe Mr. Namgoon felt embarrassed about building such a room. He didn't mention it to the Parks when he sold the house.
Oh,
Nobody in the house knew about the room except me.
some balls you got. Well, now I know too. And I know what I'm going to do.
Chung-suk takes out her phone.
Call the freaking cops.
Moonkwang drops to her knees and starts begging.
No, please, sis. We're all in the same boat, aren't we? We all need a little help to get by.
I'm not your freaking sister, biatch, and I don't need nobody's help.
Well, I do. I don't have a house. I don't have money. All I have is a mountain of debt.
What do you want me to do about it?
He's been down here for 4 years, and the loan sharks still won't let go. They're obsessed. They say they're going to kill him.
You borrowed from loan sharks?
Moonkwang nods.
Then it's all my fault. I started a cake shop, Taiwanese Castella, and it completely bankrupted us.
Pinsai laughs, a nervous habit. When Kituk hears the word Castella, his face crowds with emotion. He knows the shame. Moonkwang hands Chung-suk an envelope.
Please, take this.
What is this?
It's not much, I know, but I can send you money every month. All I ask is that you come down here every other day and leave him something to eat. Actually, no, once a week is fine. There's a little fridge down here, so...
Are you crazy? You people are unbelievable. Get away from me.
Chung-suk lifts her phone.
I'm going to call the cops.
Kitek and the kids look worried. That wouldn't be good for them either. Kitek is awkwardly leaning over, listening to the conversation when his foot slips and he falls down the stairs. He's unable to control his large body and takes down Kijung and Kiwoo with him. Kijung screams. Chung-suk is startled when she sees the family spilling down the stairs. Moonkwang is even more confused. It's Kevin, Jessica, and Mr. Kim. Why are they here?
What the hell?
Honey, what are all these people?
Miss Jessica, Mr. Kim, what's everyone doing down here?
Moonkwang is speechless for a moment before the pieces slowly come together in her head. She takes out her cell phone. As Kitek scrambles to get up, he accidentally steps on Kiwoo's foot.
Muted.
Ow, Dad, my foot.
Chung-suk and Kijung immediately freeze. Kiwoo realizes what he just said and turns pale. He sees Moonkwang recording everything on her cell phone.
Now I get it. I knew something wasn't right.
Moonkwang plays back the footage she just shot.
Ow, Dad, my foot.
Kiwoo's face and voice are clearly recorded on video. Finally, everything comes together for Moonkwang. Kiwoo is devastated.
Now I get it. You're all a family.
It's not like that.
A family that scams people together.
It's not like that.
I knew something was off when Yoon was fired for no reason. You despicable.
Listen, sis.
I'm not your sister, you life-ruining slag.
I'm sorry, I haven't heard slag in a while. Moonkwang shows
I hope it wasn't a bad word. I have no idea.
It's fine. It's not one I hear very often. It's
I wasn't
British.
gonna swear.
It's probably the worst word that anybody could have ever
It is not.
Ever.
Moonkwang shows Chung-suk her phone. Go.
Why don't I send this little video to Mrs. Park right now?
The video is already being prepped for transfer on her messenger app. The Kiwoo and family are sweating. Kitek, still a little tipsy from the whiskey, says quietly to Kijung.
Kitek.
Kitek.
Getting unmuted in
Hold on.
one moment.
There's probably no
There's only
reception.
no reception down here.
Kijung looks at her phone.
Actually, it's pretty good.
Fuck.
Please, we really need these jobs. And we went through a lot to get them. We're not scam artists. We're...
Shut up! I don't give a crap! I don't care if we all go to prison. I'll end everything right here, right now!
Shut up.
Ki-taek thunders loudly, silencing everyone in the room. Kiwoo frowns and covers his ears.
Are you crazy, lady?
Moonkwang is puzzled by Ki-taek's random outburst.
Imagine how upset the Parks would be if they saw the video. They are nice people, and they've shown nothing but kindness. Why would you do that to them?
What the?
Erase it now. If you erase it, then we can talk. Then I will consider your demands.
He seems to be doing the method acting thing, playing scary Ki-taek, but no one's really buying. He's making 0 sense. They all just look around.
What's wrong with your husband?
I apologize on his behalf. Now, let's all calm down. And
Kunsai is watching the drama unfold when he suddenly loses balance and nearly falls. He's still weak. Moonkwang sticks her phone out like a gun as she grabs Kunsai.
Back off, or I'm gonna hit send.
Ki-taek and family flinch. They slowly back off.
Let's get you upstairs. You need some fresh air.
Sounds good.
All of you go upstairs and stay in one place. If you move 1 inch out of my sight, I'm hitting send.
Interior mansion living room night. It's pouring outside. Kunsai is lying face down on the large sofa, and Moonkwang is on top, giving him a massage. Ki-taek and crew are kneeling in the corner with their arms raised.
It's funny. Your phone, it's like a nuclear button.
What are you talking about?
They all hide their tails when you say, you'll press the button. Like, you're North Korea. The phone is like Kim Jong-un's nuke.
Moonkwang sits up straight like a military cadet.
Upon seeing the atrocious acts committed by the family of depraved bandits on mobile camera, our dear leader, Kim Jong-un, determined to deliver fiery justice.
Out of nowhere, she starts impersonating a North Korean news anchor. Kunsai laughs like a little kid.
I missed your impressions.
Ignoring the cowardly ruling of the United Nations Security Council, our dear leader announced that he would execute the family of delinquents by firing squad.
No one does commie impressions better than you. I love you, babe.
Ki-taek and family stare at Moonkwang and Kunsai incredulously. Who are these people?
What are you looking at? Keep your heads down!
They all look down. Moonkwang starts recording with her cell phone again, panning from the family members to the scattered food and booze bottles on the floor.
Scumbags! Look at this. Debauchery. This is how you treat the sublime living room created by the great Namgoon Hyunja?
Kunsai looks out at the garden.
A great living room it is. Remember, honey, how we would just sit here when the weather was nice, looking out at the garden? So enchanting.
It was. Park would be at work, the kids at school, Yongkayo would go out shopping, and the house would be so quiet. You would come up and we would have tea together.
Yes, royal milk tea.
We would enjoy the view, listening to Reichmann on the Bluetooth
Rock's on and
speaker.
off. Sorry, I have to let that
Whatever.
Nah, respect the classic. Moonkwang is lost in sweet reverie when Chung-suk suddenly runs towards the sofa. Like a linebacker rushing a quarterback, she rams the sofa with her hefty frame, knocking Moonkwang off balance and making her drop the phone. Immediately, Ki-taek dives after the phone while Moonkwang tries to retrieve it. Then Kiwoo lunges towards Moonkwang, then Kunsai after him, and of course, Kijung has to jump after Kunsai. 6 bodies desperately intertwined, 12 hands clawing, 60 fingers outstretched towards the phone. Exterior mansion night. The view from outside. Through the thick curtain of rain, we see 6 people, none of whom actually live in the house, chaotically brawling inside. A surreal sight. The rain drowns out the sound. Kijung extracts herself from the melee and runs towards the kitchen. Interior mansion kitchen night. Ki-jung opens the fridge. She grabs a black plastic bag from inside and runs to the interior mansion living room night. Moon-kwang has the phone back, but it's far from over. Chung-suk is choking her from behind, and Ki-woo is beside her trying to pry the phone away. We see Ki-taek wrestling Kun-sai nearby. Ki-jung rushes back into the living room with the black bag. She pours the contents, a dozen or so peaches, over Moon-kwang's head. Moon-kwang screams. Ki-jung picks up one of the peaches and squashes it against her face. Okay, she muted her thing. Moon-kwang sticks her tongue out and starts coughing violently. She rolls on the floor, clutching her swollen throat, allowing Ki-woo to snatch her phone. At the same time, Ki-taek subdues Kun-sai, and the family seem to have everything under control until the living room phone begins to ring. Chin-suk checks her cell phone. She sees several missed calls from Mrs. Park. Shit. When the landline continues to ring, the family members silence Moon-kwang and Kun-sai by covering their mouths. Chin-suk answers the phone.
Hello?
You're there. You know how to make jaggery, right? Spicy jajang udon?
Japaguri?
Interior Mercedes driving night.
It's the song's favorite. If you start cooking now, it'll be ready by the time we get there. There's some prime flank steak in the fridge, so you should be able to put that in too.
Rain batters the Mercedes. Dasong is in the back seat with his eyes closed. He looks ticked. He's taken Dahe's reality-canceling headphones and is wearing them over his ears. Yeonkyo glances back from the passenger seat.
It was complete hell. The stream at the campsite flooded and we had to pack our tents. But Dasong just refused to leave. He was crying and yelling. We barely got him in the car and now we're on our way. I'm counting on the jaggery. It has to be ready.
Interior mansion living room night.
So you're almost here?
18 minutes according to navigation.
I see. 8 minutes.
Ki-taek, Ki-woo, and Ki-jung are completely aghast.
You should start now. You're the best.
Yeonkyo hangs up. The family members all look at each other blankly. What the fuck do we do now? The living room is still wildly littered with whiskey bottles, plates, peaches. Chung-suk closes her eyes and takes a deep breath.
What the hell is a japaguri?
Look it up. The recipe's online.
Ki-woo is completely numb. He just stands there, still out of breath from the fracas, when...
What do we do?
I don't know. This wasn't part of the plan.
They're all standing around when Ki-taek suddenly twists Kun-sai's arm. Ki-taek has a manic glow about him. His eyes are bloodshot.
Ow!
Move, hurry.
At Ki-taek's command, the family jump into action. Ki-jung starts clearing the bottles with lightning speed, and Ki-taek drags Kun-sai down towards the basement. Ki-woo roughly pulls up Moon-kwang. Her eyes are heavily swollen like she just went through 10 rounds with Mike Tyson. She coughs incessantly as she's hauled away. Chung-suk is solely focused on the yapayori. She looks up the recipe while putting water on the stove. She rips open 2 packets of noodles, jjajang ramen, and instant udon. Interior mansion secret room night. Ki-taek pushes Kun-sai down the stairs into the secret room. He's rough, scary, and it's not acting. Even in this dire situation, Kun-sai can't seem to stop his laughing.
You don't have to do this. Let's all sit down and talk.
Ki-taek shuts Kun-sai up by throwing him on the floor. Ki-taek then looks through the miscellaneous crap in the room and finds a power cord. He's tying Kun-sai with it when Ki-woo rushes down the stairs with Moon-kwang. He also looks for something to tie her up with. She's barely breathing and only half conscious.
I'll take care of them. You go and help Ki-jung.
Okay.
Ki-woo is still numb. He has no focus in his eyes. No longer the man with the plan, he just does as he's told. He hurries up the stairs. Interior mansion kitchen night. Chung-suk starts methodically lays out the ramen soup packets on the counter and starts cooking the flank steak. Ki-woo comes up from the basement. He runs past her and goes into the living room, where Ki-jung is kicking foods and plates under the furniture. She moves fast, with purpose. Ki-woo is looking at her blankly when he hears the Mercedes arriving in the garage. He panics. He sees Dahi's journal on top of the coffee table and picks it up. He hurries towards the second floor. Chung-suk stirs the noodles with great speed. She soon hears the Park family walking up the garage stairs. Ki-jung stops everything and picks up the remaining peaches. She hides under the large coffee table. A disgruntled Dasong appears first and stalks across the living room. From under the coffee table, Ki-jung sees Yeonkyo running after Dasong. She points to the kitchen.
Dasong, look what Jung-suk made. It's jaggery, your favorite.
Dasong ignores the steaming bowl of yapagori and walks up the stairs. An equally pissed Dahae comes in behind him and snatches up the headphones off his ears. She stomps ahead of him. Interior mansion, Dahae's room, night. Kiwoo quickly hides the box of journals and puts the combination lock back on. Closes the box of journals and puts the combination lock back on. He quickly hides under the bed. Dahae walks inside moments later and throws herself on the bed. The bottom of the mattress sinks and nearly touches Kiwoo's nose. Dahae turns up the volume on her phone. Music escapes from her headphones. Interior mansion, secret room, night. Ki-taek finishes tying Kunsai and moves on to Moon-kwang. She's still hyperventilating and her eyes are swollen shut. Ki-taek approaches with the cord when Moon-kwang suddenly gets up and shoves Ki-taek to the side. She runs up the stairs. Ki-taek chases her. Interior mansion, kitchen, night. Yeonkyo gives up on talking to Dasong. She walks down to the kitchen where Chung-suk is waiting with the yapagori. At the same time, Chung-suk sees Moon-kwang running up from the storage basement. With the pot still in her hand, she swiftly turns towards the door and pow! Kicks Moon-kwang right in the face. Moon-kwang tumbles down and slams her head hard on one of the steps. Looks like at least a concussion. Ki-taek witnesses the fall from below and gasps. Yeonkyo walks into the kitchen, having missed the devastating kick by a mere millisecond. She sits at the dining table.
This is ridiculous. You should eat this.
Oh, thank you.
Wait, no, I'll give it to Dong-ik. You put the steak in, right?
Chung-suk is too worried about Moon-kwang to be annoyed by Yeonkyo's flip-flopping. She looks down at the bottom of the stairs where Moon-kwang lies unconscious with her head rammed into the wall. Ki-taek soon drags her out of sight. Interior mansion, storage basement, night. Ki-taek pulls Moon-kwang's limp body through the steel door that leads to the secret room. He slides the cabinet back in place to cover the entrance. He sees that Moon-kwang is unconscious and starts panicking. He slaps her in the face. He's relieved when she lets out a weak moan. Ki-taek starts tying over the cord when he hears a strange noise coming from below. He rushes down the stairs to see Kunsai, arms still tied, banging his head against a series of electrical switches on the wall. A truly bizarre sight.
What the hell are you doing?
Mr. Park is home. This is my welcome home ritual.
Above Kunsai, Ki-taek sees a tall open space, the hollow area beneath the garage stairs. We hear Dong-ik's footsteps heading up to the living room. Kunsai continues to bang on the switches. Ki-taek sees that the lines from the switches go all the way up to the entrance.
What are you staring at? I do this every day.
Interior mansion, entrance, night. As Dong-ik walks up from the garage, the lights above him blink one by one in sequence. That's when we realize the motion sensor lights we noticed throughout the film weren't motion sensor lights after all. It was Kunsai's performance welcoming Dong-ik home.
Babe, I have some jabagori. I put some steak in.
No thanks. I'm going up to take a shower.
Interior mansion, secret room, night. Kunsai sings a silly improvised song as he gleefully bangs the switches with his forehead.
Welcome back. What a hard day you must have had at work. Welcome back, Mr. Park. We love you so much.
Interior mansion, kitchen, night.
That sensor is all bonkers.
Yeonkyo talks to Chung-suk as she shoves yapagori and flank steak in her mouth. She looks up.
I guess there's still some things you need to learn about us. You think we're weird, right? We go out of our way to indulge Dasong, treat him like some kind of crown prince.
Oh, not at all. No.
You have to understand, Dasong needs special care. He's not well. We've been helping him with trauma therapy and art therapy. See, he went through a traumatic event when he was little.
What kind of
Do you believe in ghosts?
ghosts?
When Dasong was in first grade, he saw a ghost.
Yeonkyo tells the story as she noisily slurps her ramen. Chung-suk's spine tingles. A creepy silence surrounds the kitchen. Ki-jung listens intently from under the coffee table.
That year, we threw him a big birthday party at home. At night, when we were all asleep, Dasong snuck back down to the kitchen because he couldn't stop thinking about the cake. You see, the fresh cream on the cake was just divine.
Right.
He was crouched over there in front of the refrigerator, eating cake with his fingers when
Chung-suk is riveted.
he saw something over there in the living room window. A dark figure.
In the garden.
No, in the kitchen.
Yeon-kyo points to the living room window.
See? You can see the kitchen reflected in the window.
Oh my goodness.
He saw a dark figure looking over his shoulders. A ghost.
As the camera whip pans to the living room window, we transition to flashback. We see the kitchen reflected in the living room window. Dasong is sitting on the floor, plowing into his cake. We see a dark figure behind Dasong, the ghost. He just stands there watching Dasong eat. Back to present.
I heard a scream and rushed down the stairs. When I found him, his eyes were rolled back and he was foaming at the mouth, shaking uncontrollably.
Oh my gosh.
Have you seen a child going through a seizure? It's awful. If you don't perform first aid the first 15 minutes, it's over. You have to take him to the hospital as soon as you can.
Yeon-kyo shakes off the memories and returns to her ditzy self.
Dong-ik was away on business trip and I was all by myself. Anyway, after that horrible experience, we tried to go away for his birthday every year. Last year we went to my parents' house. This year camping.
She angrily tosses her noodles.
Now it's all gone to crap.
I see.
Chung-suk realizes who the ghost was, but keeps mum.
Dong-ik doesn't take it seriously. Growing pains, he says. And he says living in a haunted house actually brings good fortune. Good for business or something. You know what, though? Business has been very good these past few years. It's funny.
As Yeon-kyo rambles on, the camera moves in on Dasong's drawing on the wall. It focuses on the schizophrenia zone. We see the dark, ambiguous shape drawn in it. The shape, which vaguely resembles the ghost, match cuts to interior mansion secret room night. Kunsai's face staring back at Ki-taek. Ki-taek looks at the numerous notes and drawings covering the walls. He sees photos and magazine interviews of Namgang Kunja and Dong-ik, a recording of Kunsai's devolving mind. A record of Kunsai's devolving mind. Ki-taek feels like he's in the Twilight Zone.
God, I can't believe you lived here for so long. I guess you had no choice.
Plenty of people live underground. More if you count semi-underground apartments.
Kunsai laughed.
So what's your plan? You didn't even have one, did you?
I like it here. It almost feels like I grew up here. This might as well be my official address.
Kunsai rambles on incoherently, eyes glazed and out of focus. Ki-taek starts getting scared.
Please, you have to let me stay here.
Ki-taek finds a roll of duct tape among the mess and starts ripping off a piece.
Please, talk to my wife. We don't have to fight. Where did she go? She didn't mean what she said. That woman really has a heart of gold. She stood by me the whole time I was here, 4 long years.
Ki-taek tapes Kunsai's mouth shut. He then goes to the stairs and tapes Mung-kwang's mouth as well. When he does, he feels something wet behind her head. Blood. Ki-taek's head spins when he sees the blood on his fingertips. He runs up the stairs. Interior mansion storage basement night. Ki-taek shuts the steel door and ties the handle with wires. He then pushes the cabinet back in place, sealing off the secret doorway. Breathing heavily, he looks up at the thin bar of light coming from the kitchen. Interior mansion, Dahe's room night. We're on Kiwoo's stunned face. He is face to face with Junie, who is poking his head under the mattress, having found Kiwoo. Dahe looks down at Junie from the bed. She becomes curious when she sees the dog wagging his tail with his head buried under the bed. She bends over to see what it is when she hears Yeon-kyo walking up the stairs. She immediately springs back up. Picking up Junie, she walks out to the hallway where she confronts Yeon-kyo. You're unbelievable.
What?
You didn't even ask me. I like Epigori too. Yeon-kyo wipes her mouth. The song didn't want it, so you offer it to Chung-suk. And then you gave it to Dad. And then instead of asking me, you decided to eat it all by yourself? What, I didn't even cross your mind? Dahe and Yeon-kyo bicker down the hall, soon disappearing from sight. Through Dahe's open door, we see Kiwoo slowly emerging from under the bed. He checks the hallway before tiptoeing to the stairs where he sees Chung-suk waving at him from below. Come down! Chung-suk also gestures towards the basement stairs from which Ki-taek carefully walks out. Once they're all together, they start towards the interior mansion living room night. The family quietly crosses the living room towards the garage entrance. They stop. They make a quick detour to the coffee table where Ki-jung is still hiding. They're helping her out from under the table when they suddenly hear footsteps thundering down the stairs, fast. Ki-jung hides under the table again. Having nowhere to go, Ki-woo and Ki-taek also crawl underneath. Chung-suk turns to see Da-song running down the stairs dressed in a raincoat. He's wearing a backpack and also has the folded teepee strapped across his shoulders.
Da-song, slow down!
Dangling all kinds of camping gear over his raincoat, Da-song storms through the living room and heads out to the garden. He opens the glass door and jumps into the pouring rain. He then starts building the teepee in the middle of the yard. He's quick, efficient, a true scout. Yeonkyo and Dong-ik yell at Da-song as they rush down the stairs.
Da-song, are you crazy?
Da-song Park. I can't believe this.
Yeonkyo and Dong-ik hesitate at the door, still in their pajamas. Chung-suk brings 2 umbrellas and they finally go out. Da-song has already finished setting up the teepee and is now working on the inside. Ki-taek, Ki-woo, and Ki-jung attempt to make a run while Yeonkyo and Dong-ik are outside. They start wiggling their way out when Da-hae comes running down the stairs. They quickly wiggle back in. What the fuck is going on here? Da-hae watches her parents pleading with Da-song in the rain. Pathetic. She shoots a video and sends it to none other than Mr. Kevin, aka Ki-woo, whose phone vibrates just a few feet from her under the table. Ki-woo quickly silences his phone. Chung-suk coughs to cover the sound. She glances over at Da-hae to see if Da-hae heard it. She did. Da-hae looks around, confused. Ki-woo hurriedly switches his phone to silence mode. Ki-taek and Ki-jung do the same. Da-hae's text message crowds Ki-woo's screen. Shaking my head. Da-song's crazy rain dance. I hate my brother. Totes saw this coming. Started losing his shit at camp. LMAO. Miss you. Me too. Selfie, please. No. Why not? I'm with you right now. Da-hae continues to exchange cringe-inducing love texts with Ki-woo as she plops down on the sofa. Ki-taek, Ki-woo, and Ki-jung nearly shriek when Da-hae's wriggly feet come within inches of their faces. Meanwhile, Yeonkyo and Dong-ik give up on Da-song and return to the living room. Chung-suk takes their umbrellas and hands them a couple of towels. She nervously looks over at the coffee table.
You should go sleep in the room. We'll stay here with Da-song.
You two, stop looking at your phone and go to your room.
Without answering, Da-hae gets up and stomps up the stairs, never once looking up from her phone. Chung-suk looks back at the living room with a worried face as she goes to the kitchen. Yeonkyo and Dong-ik sit down at the sofa, now directly facing Ki-taek, Ki-woo, and Ki-jung. Dong-ik presses the button on his walkie-talkie.
That to the song currently standing by in the living room. I'll be here all night, so call me if there's any emergency. So copy that, and over and out.
Da-song's voice on the radio sounds excited. He got his wish after all. Dong-ik lets out a weak laugh.
This is incredible. You don't think the TP will leak, do you?
I bought it directly from an American vendor. I think it should be okay.
Your son is quite unpredictable. Never easy, I'll say.
Yeonkyo feels like this is her fault.
He's been getting better. Look, signing him up for the Cub Scouts definitely paid off. See how fast he set up the tent?
Outside the window, the teepee lights up. Lanterns are lit inside, one after another. It's picturesque, the teepee emitting a pleasant orange glow against the backdrop of beautiful trees, seen through the shimmering veil of pouring rain. Dong-ik turns off the living room lights and places a few cushions on Yeonkyo's side.
Let's just sleep here on the sofa tonight. We'll be able to see the tent from here.
Sounds good. That way we can keep an eye on Da-song.
Ki-taek, Ki-woo, and Ki-jung turn ashen. They are fucked. Dong-ik lies down in the spooning position behind Yeonkyo. It's quite romantic. Both of them in their pajamas, tightly snuggled up on the sofa.
Hold on. I know that smell.
What?
This is Mr. Kim's smell.
Mr. Kim, are you sure? I don't know what you're talking about.
Dong-ik and Yeonkyo both sniff the air. Ki-taek becomes nervous. He smells his t-shirt.
I guess you don't know. I sit behind him every day, so I know the smell.
Like poor people smell?
No, it's not that strong. It's more like a subtle aroma that seeps into the air.
Like old people smell?
No. How should I put it? Maybe the smell of an old radish pickle? Or that smell when you're washing a dirty rag.
Ketek tries his best to keep a straight face under the table.
I mean, I like his driving, and the man never crosses the line. Sometimes he teeters very close, but he never actually crosses it. That's all great, but the smell, it definitely crosses the line. It just creeps into the backseat and surrounds you.
You think that's what this song was talking about?
It's hard to explain. I smell it when I ride the subway sometimes.
I haven't ridden the subway in forever.
There's this unique smell that subway commuters have.
Ketek, Kiwoo, and Kijun can do nothing but silently take hit after hit. Ketek is completely expressionless. On the sofa, Dong-ik slowly slides his hand up and caresses Young-kyo's breast over her pajama top.
What are you doing?
Feels like we're in the back seat of a car, doesn't it?
Dong-ik sounds like a horny high school boy. He puts his hand inside Young-kyo's pajama top and continues fondling her. Young-kyo looks up at the kitchen and the stairs to make sure no one is watching. She closes her eyes and gives in to the pleasure.
Clockwise.
Dong-ik moves his hand as instructed. It starts migrating below her navel. Their bodies grow closer, breathing becomes labored.
Do you have a pair of really cheap panties?
Cheap panties?
Those panties that Yun left behind, something like that. Real cheap and tacky.
Oh, God. Dong-ik's hand slips inside her underwear. He makes it vibrate like a sex toy. Her lips part from pleasure. She gasps.
No, I don't have something so crude.
I must be a pervert. I get hard thinking about those cheap, trashy pair of underpants.
Where would I find something so horrendous? Down.
Sorry. Kijun tries to keep a cool face as the rich couple continue to malign her underwear. Ketek's face is dark. He's more humiliated than she is. Meanwhile, Young-kyo is pushed closer towards climax by the underpants stock. She bites her lips but is hardly able to suppress her moans. Ketek, Kiwoo, and Kijun hear everything under the table. A heavy fatigue comes over Ketek's face. Time passes slowly. Interior mansion living room later. Hiding in the dark kitchen, Chung-suk looks over at the living room where the Parks are now sleeping. She sends a text. They're passed out. Move one by one. Under the table, Ketek receives the text. He signals Kijun to go first. She slides out and starts crawling towards the garage stairs. Kiwoo goes next. Once they're safely across, they wait for Ketek. As Ketek is slowly making his way when a strong beam of light suddenly penetrates the living room, a flashlight. Ketek quickly flattens himself on the floor. The light searches the living room before settling on Young-kyo and Dong-ik on the sofa. Exterior mansion garden night. The rain is still heavy. We see Dasong poking his head out, shining his flashlight at Young-kyo and Dong-ik in the living room. He turns glum when he sees them sleeping. He angrily waves the flashlight, trying to wake them up. Interior mansion living room night. Ketek curls into a tight ball to avoid the wildly roaming light. He's slowly inching towards the stairs when the T667 walkie-talkie on the coffee table crackles to life. We hear Dasong's voice through the fuzz.
Mayday, Dad. So come in.
Ketek freezes. There's nowhere to hide. He can only close his eyes and hope he doesn't get discovered. Dong-ik wakes up and picks up the walkie-talkie. He looks out the window and sees the flashlight blinking inside the tent.
What is it?
Is that Dasong? What's going on?
Young-kyo and Dong-ik are too concerned with Dasong to notice Ketek hunched over in the dark merely a few feet away.
I can't go to sleep. Like over?
Dong-ik and Young-kyo can't help but laugh.
So come inside. Let's all go to sleep on our comfy beds. No!
The transmission cuts out. Dong-ik and Young-kyo laugh and sigh. Back to the sofa it is. They return to sleep. When all is quiet, Ketek starts moving again. Interior mansion garage night. Ketek flips up the door switch before quickly flipping it back down. The garage door goes up about 1.5 feet before stopping. Kijun and Kiwoo hold their breath. Did anyone in the house hear the door? When they don't hear anything, they crawl through the narrow opening and walk out into the rain. Keytech presses the down switch and slips through the crack before it closes completely. Exterior mansion road night. High on the surveillance camera above the gate, the severed wires dangling below. Rack focus to reveal Keytech, Kiwoo, and Kijung sneaking out of the house and walking down the empty road. Rain pours as they make their way down the winding road. Exterior street night. Keytech and the kids trudge silently through the rain. They're walking on the side of a gloomy 4-lane road, no longer in the nice part of town. They don't bother going into a store to buy an umbrella. They don't bother hailing a cab. They just walk, faces steeped in anguish. Exterior hilltop night. We look down on a hillside neighborhood, a different hillside view, working class, illuminated by the lights of low-income apartments, the gates of poverty. Keytech, Kiwoo, and Kijung stop under an overpass out of breath. We see them as silhouettes.
So, what did you do?
What are you talking about?
The basement.
I tied them up so they can't come out.
Well, what are we going to do?
Keytech is silent.
What do we do now? What's the freaking plan?
Keytech doesn't have one. Rain drowns the silence. Kiwoo, still in a daze, mumbles to himself.
What would Min Hyu do?
Min Hyuk wouldn't have gotten himself in this mess in the first place.
Kijung is about to lash out further when Keytech calmly steps forward.
Calm down, both of you.
Kijung sees.
We made it out of that house, didn't we?
We did.
No one else knows about what happened in the house, am I right?
Kijung nods.
So as far as I'm concerned, nothing happened in there. Do you understand?
Keytech sounds like a real father, firm, reassuring. Kijung actually listens to him.
I know what I'm doing. Daddy has a plan. So you two just erase everything that's happened today from your memory.
Okay.
Kiwoo nods.
Let's go home and wash up.
With that, Keytech steps back out into the rain. Kiwoo and Kijung follow. Unsettling music creeps in over the rain. Exterior Keytech's neighborhood street night. Keytech, Kiwoo, and Kijung walk through the relentless downpour, passing shabby, low-rent apartments. They hear shouting, sirens in the distance. They turn the corner to see a completely flooded alley. All roads leading to their apartment are covered in knee-deep water. Total pandemonium. Sewage backflows. A semi-basement resident scoops water out of his apartment with a bucket. Keytech stares in horror. He hurries towards the apartment. Kiwoo and Kijung splash in after him. Interior semi-basement entrance night. Keytech has to use great strength to open the door. He steps inside to see brown floodwater pouring in through the window. The water is already up to his chest. His foot touches something, and he reaches into the dirty water to pick up a live king crab flailing his legs. Keytech stares at the crab. It's too surreal. His home has become an underwater habitat. He throws the crab away. His face fills with despair. Meanwhile, Kiwoo crosses towards the window. He tries to close it to stop further flooding when...
Oh!
He feels a shock of electricity as soon as he touches it. He quickly withdraws his hand.
Were you shocked? Don't touch it. Don't touch the windows. Just get what you need.
Interior semi-basement bathroom night. Kijung pries the door open and trudges towards the toilet, which is spewing shit water like an Icelandic geyser. Kijung barely closes the lid and climbs on top. She opens a square panel on the ceiling and reaches in to find a pack of cigarettes and a lighter she had hidden there. We see a few folded bills stashed in the cellophane wrap. Kijung lights a cigarette among the raging flood. The surging sewage lifts her toilet seat up and down. Interior semi-basement living room night. Kiwoo is going around packing a few essentials into a gray bag when something touches his foot in the water. He bends over and reaches into the murky depths, eventually finding the viewing stone that Min Hyuk gave the family as a gift. Kiwoo pants heavily as he hugs the rock. It's just like he found a precious treasure. Over the image of the stone veiled by the hazy, undulating water, dark music begins to play. Interior mansion secret room night. Kunsai is facing away from Moonkwang, struggling to remove the tape off her mouth with his tied-up hands. Moonkwang sweats profusely and falls in and out of consciousness. When Kunsai finally rips off the tape, Moonkwang jumps up and staggers towards the toilet. Kunsai watches in horror as she throws up into the bowl. Sorry. Moonkwang moans. She's in a lot of pain. She gets up and starts towards Kunsai, but loses her balance. Kunsai throws himself to catch her, but she falls flat on the floor.
Vomiting is a symptom of...
Kunsai screams something to Moonkwang, but his cries are muffled by the tape on his mouth. They're heard as primal, animalistic grunts.
It's supposed to be a symptom of
Kunsai stares helplessly.
honey. Joon-suk, that idiot kicked me in the face.
Moonkwang laughs like her husband, mumbling incoherently. Her voice dwindles. She's near the end. She curls up in the corner near the toilet. Kunsai shouts through the tape. He wails painfully like a hurt beast. The scream continues over to interior semi-basement living room night. The water is now up to Ki-tek's chin. He stands at the entrance and looks back at the apartment like a captain taking one last look at a sinking ship. The water inside has merged with the floodwater on the street and formed a continuous brown ocean extending throughout the neighborhood. Unnerving music continues. A dark wave of water rolls over the screen and we cut to interior mansion secret room night. Inside the dark room, we find a crazed Kunsai banging on the wall switches with his bloody forehead. His face is a mask of sweat, blood, and snot. We see Moonkwang's lifeless body on the floor behind him. Kunsai furiously bangs on the switches with his head, overcome with pain and sorrow. Interior, exterior, mansion, Desong's teepee, night. Desong unzips the tent and looks at the living room across the garden. He sees the lights blinking randomly in the front entrance. He starts timing the blinks. He takes out his notebook and starts transcribing them as dots and dashes. He consults the Morse code chart in the back of his Cub Scout book, but can't seem to make out any words. Camera tracks in on the lights as they blink more and more frantically. Unsettling music reaches a crescendo. Interior school gym evacuation center early morning, filled with rows and rows of evacuees from flooded areas, currently sleeping. The lights are off and the gym is illuminated by the faint glow of daybreak. Ki-tek and the kids are among the evacuees. Ki-jung is completely knocked out. It's been a rough night. Ki-woo tightly holds the viewing stone as he lies wide awake. His eyes are bloodshot.
Hey, Dad.
Hey,
So,
Ki-woo looks at Ki-jung to make sure she's still sleeping.
your plan? What is it?
what are you talking about?
You said you had a plan. What are we gonna do about the basement?
Ki-tek is silent for a long moment. His face is cold and motionless.
Do you want to know how to make a foolproof plan?
How?
Don't plan at all. Have no plan.
Ki-woo confused.
If you plan, something will always go wrong. It's life. Look around. Do you think these people got up this morning and said, tonight I'm going to sleep on a dirty floor with hundreds of strangers? But look where they are now. Look where we are.
Ki-woo is hardly consoled.
That's why you should never have a plan. If you don't have a plan, you can't fail. You can't do anything wrong. Doesn't matter if you kill someone or commit fucking treason. Nothing fucking matters. You understand?
Ki-tek talks quietly. There's a hostility in his voice. His face drips with fatigue. Ki-woo is scared. He has never seen his father like this. He hugs the rock more tightly.
I'm sorry, Dad.
For what?
Everything. I'm gonna make it all right.
Stop talking nonsense. Why are you hugging that thing?
This?
Ki-woo looks down at the stone.
It wants to be with me.
Ki-tek looks at Ki-woo. He's acting strange.
It's true. It keeps following me.
Get some sleep.
I knew it was a sign when Minwa gave me this gift, a symbolic gift.
Ki-woo stares blankly ahead. We have no idea what he's thinking. Interior mansion living room morning. Sunlight fills the living room. Yeonkyo walks up to the window and looks at the marvelous sky. She sees the tent in the living room in the garden. Dong-ik slowly rises from the sofa behind her. Exterior mansion garden morning. Dong-ik walks over to the raindrop-covered teepee and carefully peeks inside. Desong is finally asleep after the long and eventful night. Dong-ik smiles and gives the okay sign to Yeonkyo in the living room. Interior mansion dressing room morning.
Jessica, sorry to call you so early on a Sunday. Are you free for lunch today? We're planning a surprise party for Desong.
Yeonkyo is sitting at her vanity, chatting excitedly into her phone. It's on speaker. Interior school gym morning. A groggy Kijun answers the phone. We see rows of people sleeping behind her.
Oh, you're having a birthday party?
Yes, Dasong would be so thrilled to see you there.
Interior mansion dressing room morning.
The food will be amazing. Pasta, gratin, salmon steak. You know I'm an excellent chef, right? You have to come.
Oh, sure.
You have to be there by 1 o'clock at the latest, and we'll count today as a lesson. You know what I mean? See you very soon.
Youngkyo lays down a barrage before abruptly hanging up. We see Dahae standing behind Youngkyo. She looks over her mom's shoulders with twinkling eyes. Hey, Mom, the birthday party. Should I invite Kevin?
What an excellent idea. Why not? You call him.
On it! Dahae, ecstatic, runs to her room. As she does, we see Dong-ik coming up the stairs behind her. He walks into the master bedroom and throws himself on the bed. He crawls under the covers to go back to sleep. Youngkyo calls him from the dressing room.
Sleep, sleep. You had a long night. You need some more rest.
Thanks. Don't you have to do the rounds?
Yep. Wine shop, bakery, florist, grocery store. I'm on top of it. I already called Mr. Kim and told him to come early. I'm going to pay him extra for today.
That's perfect.
Dong-ik gives her a thumbs up with his eyes closed. Youngkyo smiles, pleased with Dong-ik's approval. She opens the closet. Interior school gym morning. Evacuees surround a pile of secondhand clothes looking for something salvageable. Donations from a local organization. Ki-jung looks frustrated. She doesn't see anything appropriate for the party. She looks at Ki-taek, who is also frantically digging through the pile with bloodshot eyes. Behind them, Ki-woo is still lying on the floor. He opens his eyes and looks at his phone. 7 missed calls from Dahae. Ki-woo sits up and goes through Dahae's text messages. He puts the viewing stone in the gray bag. Interior mansion, kitchen, living room, morning. Chung-suk busily prepares ingredients for the party. Her eyes are red. She hasn't slept at all. A refreshed Youngkyo hops down the stairs and calls Chung-suk out to the living room. She looks out at the sunny garden.
I want you to go to the storage basement. We should have about 10 party tables in there.
Okay.
Let's bring them all out, clean them so they're bright and shiny. We'll set them up in a semicircle around Dasong's tent.
Youngkyo tries to show Chung-suk with her hands. No, not quite right. Then...
Crane formation, you know, right? The formation that General Yi Sun-shin famously used during the Battle of Hansen Island.
Chung-suk's face says, how the fuck would I know? She quickly hides her expression.
Think of Dasong's tent as a Japanese battleship. We'll surround it in a semicircle like the wings of a crane. The barbecue grill will go next to the tent.
Interior mansion storage basement morning. Chung-suk struggles to pull out the party tables from the faintly lit basement. She stops to take a breath. A chilling silence envelops the room. Chung-suk looks at the dark cabinet covering the secret door. She can almost hear Moon Kwang and Kung Sai's breathing coming from the other side. She stares at the cabinet for a long time. Interior organic food store morning. An upscale food market. Organic produce beautifully displayed. Ki-taek is at the cash register bagging items as a cashier scans them. Youngkyo is next to him talking on the phone.
That sounds great. Bring your husband too, and please don't bring any gifts.
Youngkyo hands the cashier her credit card.
I just want you to come and enjoy the food.
It seems like it's going to be a large-scale affair. Ki-taek follows Youngkyo with huge bags of fruits and vegetables. Youngkyo's shrill laughter puts him on edge. He squints his bloodshot eyes.
Come, you could take a break from cooking today. Yes, of course. Daytime is the best time for Fino. Well, we'll be so grateful if you could sing a song at the party.
Interior wine shop morning.
No dress code. It's just a casual affair. You can come in your pajamas if you want. And please, no gifts. I just want you to come and enjoy. That'll be the best gift for us. You have a Mini Cooper, right? Great. We can squeeze it in next to our car. It'll fit just fine.
Youngkyo talks on the phone as she walks past fancy vintage wines. She picks several out and gives them to Ki-taek. Ki-taek's face grows dark as he follows Youngkyo with the heavy basket. Exterior mansion garden morning. Chung-suk is setting up the tables in the crane formation around the tent. Dasong is still sleeping inside. She's sweating and grunting away by herself when she sees a pajama-clad Dong-ik walking toward the tent. He smiles awkwardly at Chung-suk before checking inside the tent. He turns to Chung-suk and puts a finger to his lips. Shh.
Still sleeping.
Chung-suk nods and proceeds quietly. It's hard to set up the bulky tables without making noise. Dong-uk scratches his belly as he returns to the house. Interior Mercedes driving morning.
Did you see the sky today? Crystal clear, zero air pollution. Rain washed it all away. Of course, camping was a major fail because of the rain, but we get to have a garden party instead. Yay! It was actually a blessing in disguise.
Youngkyo is jabbering away when she suddenly smells something and holds her nose. Kitek's scent must have drifted her way. Kitek sees Youngkyo covering her nose through the rearview mirror. It bothers him. Youngkyo rolls down the window slightly.
I almost forgot. Please don't bring any presents. You have to promise.
Exterior mansion garden day. The sun shines brightly on the garden. Party guests sit around tables decorated with flowers. Chung-suk busily shuttles food from the kitchen. Some of the guests have already finished the bottles of wine at their table. People are having a good time. Interior mansion Daehae's room day. We see the party downstairs through Daehae's window. Colorful gift boxes are stacked high in front of Dasong's teepee. Kiwoo looks out at the window with a blank expression. Daehae stands beside him staring. You were somewhere else, weren't you?
What?
When we were kissing just now, you were somewhere else, right?
No.
Stop lying. You're still thinking about something else. Kiwoo sees the crowds mingling effortlessly in the garden. A kid takes pictures with his Leica. A woman passionately explaining something to other guests with a bottle of wine in her hand. A male guest chopping firewood next to the grill and looking utterly cool doing it. Everyone looks genuinely happy.
They're all so gorgeous. Even though they had to come last minute. So cool. Laid back.
Daehae looks puzzled.
Daehae?
Yeah?
Do I look like I belong here?
What do you mean?
Do I look like I belong in this house?
Daehae has no idea why he's asking. Kiwoo, still numb, pads over to the desk where his bag is. Where are you going?
I need to go downstairs.
Stay. Let's hang out.
I need to go.
Those people are boring. Daehae hugs Kiwoo tightly. Just stay here with me.
Not there. Further down.
With a grim face, Kiwoo removes the Soseki from his bag. Whoa, what is that thing? Exterior mansion garden day. Dong-ik and Kietek hide behind the trees where the guests can't see them, dressed as Native Americans. Dong-ik puts feathers and other finishing touches on Kietek's costume.
I can't believe we're doing this. Look at us. A couple of middle-aged men wearing silly costumes.
It's fine.
Dong-ik and Kietek both laugh awkwardly. Kietek looks exhausted. It's been a non-stop shit show since yesterday. The flood, the evacuation center, spending the morning as Youngko's shopping assistant, and now the elaborate role play. He just stands there limply holding the toy axe.
I'm really sorry, Mr. Kim. Mrs. Park made me do this. I didn't have a choice. It's really simple. There's going to be a cake ceremony, and Jessica, the art teacher, is going to bring out the cake. She's walking. She's going to present the cake. Then we appear from the trees swinging our axes, ambushing her, because, we're the bad guys.
Sure.
At that moment, Desung, the good Indian, attacks us with his axe. A battle ensues, and Desung heroically saves Miss Jessica and the cake. Everybody applauds. You get the idea. I know, it's ridiculous.
Dong-ik laughs again.
I guess Miss Spark enjoys throwing parties.
I suppose she does. She put a lot of effort into Desung's birthday this year.
How thoughtful of her. And you too.
Dong-ik senses a tone in Kietek's voice.
What can you do, I guess? You love them, right?
Kietek doesn't hide the sarcasm, and Dong-ik notices. Tension rises between them.
Mr. Kim, you're technically working today, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
Then just think of this as part of the job.
Dong-ik avoids Kietek's eyes as he puts another feather on Kietek's headband.
Mr. Barguy, I think you went over the line.
What did you say?
No, I mean this.
Dong-ik sees that one of the feathers was pushed too far. The tip is poking from the bottom of the headband. He still can't shake the feeling that Ki-taek was talking about a different line. Ki-taek pushes up the errant feather with his finger. Interior mansion kitchen. Chung-suk sets up the buffet table according to Yeon-kyo's reference picture. A foreign chef is behind her marinating barbecue meat. When he finishes and takes the meat out to the kitchen, Ki-jung carefully approaches Chung-suk.
Have you been down there?
No, I've been too busy.
Shouldn't we try to talk to them? Try to reach an agreement?
I think so too. I mean, we all got too emotional yesterday.
Ki-jung looks around before saying,
I'll go down there and see how they're doing.
Chung-suk nods. From under the table, she takes out a large party platter filled with various foods.
Here, take this with you. I made it for them just in case. They'll be more willing to talk if their stomachs are full.
Ki-jung nods. She takes the platter and adds a few more meatballs from the buffet table. She's about to go down to the basement when she hears Yeon-kyo's high-pitched laughter coming from the living room.
Jessica, I was looking for you. What are you doing there? I'm out here.
Ki-jung slowly puts the platter down behind her. Chung-suk quickly escapes, taking more food out to the garden. Yeon-kyo comes in and pulls Ki-jung out to the living room, where she shows Ki-jung a gourmet cream cake sitting on the coffee table.
Cake is very symbolic. It has a therapeutic significance, related to Song's trauma. I want you to bring it out, Jessica. It has to be you. It'll be the highlight of the day.
As Yeon-kyo and Ki-jung admire the cake, we see Ki-woo slowly walking quietly down the stairs, out of focus in the background. He has the gray bag over his shoulder. He enters the kitchen and walks down to the storage basement. Interior mansion storage basement day. Ki-woo pushes the jar cabinet to the side, revealing the dark steel door behind it. He unties the tightly wrapped wires and opens the door. He walks down one step at a time, holding up his cell phone flashlight. Interior mansion secret room day. The room is pitch black. Once he reaches the bottom of the stairs, Ki-woo removes the viewing stone from the gray bag. His hands tremble and he starts breathing faster. With the cell phone flashlight tucked in his breast pocket, he carefully makes his way in, eventually finding a tied-up Moon-kwang fallen next to the toilet. Ki-woo swallows nervously. His legs grow weak and his eyes brim with tears as he slowly walks up to Moon-kwang's head. He raises the stone to strike her, but he can't do it. He just stands there, face covered in snot and tears, shaking uncontrollably when we notice a large circular object floating behind him, a noose. Kunsai has untied his cord and formed a noose with it. He slowly brings it above Ki-woo's head. Ki-woo is oblivious. He continues to sob and shudder. He finally feels something behind him and looks up, but too late. Kunsai quickly wraps the noose around Ki-woo's neck and tightens it. Ki-woo struggles. The viewing stone drops and hits his foot, which causes him to further lose his balance. He's dragged across the floor by Kunsai. Sorry. We can only see Kunsai's maniacal eyes in the darkness as he strangles Ki-woo. Ki-woo thrashes violently. He can't breathe, and his eyes are ready to roll back. Kunsai picks up the viewing stone and raises it to deliver the final blow. He swings it mightily at Ki-woo's head, but Ki-woo turns and avoids it at the last moment. Ki-woo runs up the stairs, cord still dangling from his neck. Kunsai chases Ki-woo with the stone. Ki-woo has just made it past the jar cabinet when Kunsai grabs the cord dragging behind him and pulls it hard. Ki-woo flies backward into the air and slam, falls hard on the floor. His wind is knocked out. Kunsai runs up to Ki-woo. He raises the stone high and brings it down on Ki-woo's head. We hear a horrifying crunch as we smash to exterior mansion garden day. We hear applause. One of the party guests, an opera singer, starts singing an aria. Ki-jung is holding the cake. Yeon-kyo lights the candles. Interior mansion storage basement day. A thirsty Kunsai gulps down in a large bottle of plum extract. He pushes the cabinet back in place and hides the secret doorway. He hears the faint sound of aria coming from above. When he turns, we finally see his face. It is horrible and a little ridiculous. Blood from his forehead has dried into a frightening red mask, but a clear rectangle remains where the tape covered his mouth. Kunsai looks down at his feet where Ki-woo was lying. Blood is slowly pooling around Ki-woo's head, pushing out the puddles of plum extract spilled on the floor. Kunsai picks up the viewing stone from the floor and slams Ki-woo's head again. Ki-woo's fingers tremble. Is he still conscious, or was that the last flicker of life? Interior mansion kitchen day. Kunsai trudges up the stairs and arrives in the bright kitchen, a surreal juxtaposition. His ghostly blood-smeared mask through against the pure white kitchen. Out in the garden he sees, through laughing and through laughing and applauding party guests, Ki-jung holding Dasong's birthday cake. Kunsai picks up a large kitchen knife from the sink and walks towards the garden. As soon as he disappears, Dae comes down the stairs and pokes her head inside the kitchen. Kevin? Kevin, where are you? Exterior mansion garden day. Ki-jung walks down the aisle between the party guests slowly so the candles don't blow out. An embarrassed but obviously excited Dasong waits in front of the tent. He watches his favorite teacher, Miss Jessica, bringing the cake when everyone screams and the crowd parts like the Red Sea. Ki-jung looks back to see Kunsai running towards her with the kitchen knife. Ki-jung shoves the cake in Kunsai's face just as he swings the knife, but a beat too late as the knife plunges into her heart. Kunsai pulls the knife and blood plumes from from Ki-jung's chest. It sprays over the white cream covering exactly half of Kunsai's face. When Ki-jung falls, Dasong sees Kunsai looming over him, dripping with Jessica's blood. The ghost. He screams. A truly horrible scream. Louder and 2 octaves higher than the guests. His eyes roll back and he goes into a full-on seizure. We hear Yonkyo's scream from somewhere in the crowd. Kunsai pulls up Ki-jung and puts the knife to her throat. He shouts out to the guests. He silently shouts out to the guests. Ki-taek and Dong-ik are running in from the trees when they stop at Kunsai's voice. The chaotically fleeing guests also freeze in their tracks. A tense moment. A white butterfly flies over to Kunsai and flutters its wings above its cake-covered head.
Chung-suk, where are you? Come out here, you Reverend Bjorn.
Chung-suk emerges from behind the crowd. Her eyes are set on Ki-jung.
Ki-jung, wake up!
Ki-jung is bleeding profusely. She lets out a weak moan.
Put pressure on the wound, Ki-jung. You have to stop the blood.
Ki-jung and Chung-suk and Ki-taek are focused on Ki-jung while Dong-ik and Yeonkyo can't look away from Dasong. An agonizing moment for both families. No one moves until Kunsai throws Ki-jung on the ground and makes a dash for Chung-suk. People scream and scatter. Chung-suk turns the grill over, spilling charred meat and firewood over Kunsai. Smoke creates a temporary screen. When Kunsai comes through the smoke, Chung-suk quickly snatches his wrist, pulling him into a vicious fight. Ki-taek heaves his toy axe at Kunsai as he runs towards the fight. It misses Kunsai and instead bounces off Chung-suk's head. Meanwhile, Dong-ik jumps over the wounded Ki-jung and sprints towards Dasong. He picks up the spasming child and runs back through the crowd towards Yeonkyo. Chung-suk and Kunsai have a go at each other in the middle of the garden like two predators. Ki-taek comes to help but can't find a way to squeeze between them. He goes to Ki-jung and tries to staunch the blood. It won't stop. He looks for something to tie her with, but there's nothing around. Everyone is busy fleeing and no one stops to help.
Please help us.
Dong-ik gives Dasong to Yeonkyo, who furiously barks at Ki-taek.
Mr. Kim, get in the car. We can't wait for an ambulance.
Kim, get the car.
15 minutes.
Dong-ik and Yeonkyo scream frantically at Ki-taek as he desperately tries to stop the blood from Ki-jung's wound. Yeonkyo has a crazed look. Her maternal instinct has been kicked up to 11. She doesn't care that Ki-jung is dying or that 2 deranged people are fighting in her garden. Dong-ik can't wait anymore. He yells at Ki-taek.
Keys, give me the keys.
At that moment, we see the hell breaking loose in the garden in slow motion. Party guests continue to escape one by one, and only the little people are left viciously fighting for their lives. Ki-taek's POV. He sees his daughter's blood dripping between his fingers, his wife flailing under a man with a knife, Dong-ik and Yeonkyo yelling at him, party guests running away. To add to the list of completely fucked up shit, he sees Dae walking towards the gate with a bloody and unconscious Ki-woo on her back, bawling her eyes out. Meanwhile, Dong-ik continues to yell at Ki-taek.
The keys.
Ki-taek removes the car keys from his pocket and hastily throws them at Dong-ik. They hit one of the fleeing guests and drop in the grass. Kunsai and Chung-suk roll over the keys as they continue their death match. Kunsai picks up the fallen kitchen knife and stabs Chung-suk in the arm. Chung-suk grabs her arm as she falls into a pile of burning logs behind her. She screams. Kunsai is not done. He climbs on top of her and raises the knife to finish her off. Ki-taek jumps at Kunsai to stop him, but Kunsai is too strong. His rage has endowed him with supernatural strength. He quickly subdues Ki-taek and brings the knife up to stab him. Ki-taek closes his eyes. He braces himself for the final moment when nothing happens. Ki-taek slowly opens his eyes. He sees a metal barbecue skewer deeply plunged into Kunsai's waist. Kunsai can't even scream. The pain of the hot skewer piercing his innards is too much. We see Chung-suk holding the other end. In between, we see pieces of meat and sausage smoking on the skewer. As Chung-suk lets go, Kunsai gradually crumbles to the ground. Ki-taek's crazed red eyes see Dong-ik running toward him. Dong-ik lifts Chung-suk and searches underneath for the car keys. No longer the cool, poised CEO, he is overcome with fear and panic. He rolls over Kunsai and finally locates the keys when he smells something and frowns. It's Kunsai's body odor. He holds his nose at the awful smell. Ki-taek notices. A fleeting moment, but it triggers something inside him. Ki-taek picks up the toy axe from the ground and stalks Dong-ik. When Dong-ik hears Ki-taek's footsteps and turns around, Ki-taek swings the axe and plants it right between Dong-ik's neck and shoulder. That's when we realize it's not a toy. It's a real axe. The one the cool guy used to chop firewood for the barbecue. We're not sure if Ki-taek knew it. It doesn't matter. All that matters is it's stuck deeply in Dong-ik's neck. Young-kyo and the party guests are too stunned to scream. Blood spurts from Dong-ik's neck. Blood spurts from Dong-ik's neck as he falls on the ground. Ki-taek stares blankly at Dong-ik. He feels something touch his foot and looks down. It's Dasong's toy axe. The real axe is still in his hands, dripping with Dong-ik's blood. Young-kyo faints with Dasong in her arms. Everyone in the garden stops and stares at Ki-taek, the axe murderer, in horror. Ki-taek wakes up from his daze and realizes what he's done. He's horrified. He bolts for the gate. When frightened guests jump out of his way, he realizes he still has the bloody axe. He throws it away. Ki-taek is scared. As he runs to the gate, he sees Chung-suk pressing down Ki-jung's chest while fighting through her own pain. The foreign chef is beside her, bandaging her arm. Kunsai, bleeding out from his punctured waist, alone and neglected by the crowd. A few men trying to staunch Dong-ik's blood while calling 911. Women helping Young-kyo and Dasong. Ki-taek leaves the chaos behind and runs out of the gate. As the sirens grow louder in the distance, we fade to black. Interior dark void. The screen is pitch black. We start hearing faint sounds before slowly fading in on a man staring into the camera.
He was the first person I saw when I woke up a month later.
We realize this is Kiwoo's POV. He narrates in a calm voice. The man has a nondescript face and narrow shoulders. He's talking, but we can't hear anything.
A detective, although he didn't look like one.
We focus on the man's mouth. We can sort of read his lips. You have the right to remain silent. The man seems to be reading Kiwoo his Miranda rights. Reveal Kiwoo lying on the bed, his head heavily bandaged. He flashes a languid smile, his eyes droopy.
Then I saw a doctor who didn't look like a doctor. He told me one of the side effects of brain surgery was laughing for no reason.
A quirky-looking doctor examines Kiwoo's pupils. Everything seems like a dream to Kiwoo, whose left eye is slightly crossed, possibly as a result of nerve damage during surgery. Interior prison hospital ward hallway day.
Maybe that's why I laughed when I heard that Ki-jung died. They said that she died from blood loss.
Kiwoo chuckles and grabs his stomach as he pushes an IV pole down the hall. The guards look at him strangely. Interior court day.
I also laughed when Mom and I received our sentences. We avoided a slew of charges they threw at us. Forgery, home invasion, voluntary manslaughter, which we argued was self-defense, and walked away with probation.
Kiwoo can't stop giggling as the judge hands down his sentence. Chung-suk and his lawyer give him a look. Interior bus driving day. Chung-suk and Kiwoo bounce in their seats as the bus speeds away from the city. They look out at the sunny view.
Same when I saw Ki-jung again for the first time since the incident.
Interior cinerarium day. Countless white urns line the shelves. We see Ki-jung's picture on one of them.
I laughed then too.
Kiwoo is in front of Ki-jung's urn. He looks back at it. He stares at his sister's brightly smiling face in the picture. He smiles back. Chung-suk is sobbing behind him. The picture must be a few years old. Ki-jung is brighter, happier in it, more innocent. Interior semi-basement, Ki-jung's room day. Everything is just as Ki-jung left it. Chung-suk is on the floor, scrubbing the remaining mud stains off the furniture. The camera soon leaves her and moves to the bathroom, where Kiwoo is sitting on the toilet. He's watching a month-old news clip on his phone. A reporter is in the news studio talking about the Park House incident.
The murders, which had no apparent motive and took place in a quiet, upper-class neighborhood, have confounded the police. The other suspect, an unidentified homeless male, was murdered himself at the scene. Further shrouding.
Kiwoo flips to another news clip. Another reporter appears. You're muted, sweetie. You're
The,
welcome.
the driver, Kim, was known to have a good relationship with his employer, Park. The police have yet to narrow down a concrete motive. Kim's whereabouts are still unclear after he was last seen fleeing the scene, and police continue searching for leads. His cell signal was last active at the crime scene.
Exterior residential neighborhood alley day.
Of course, neither Mom or I have ever had any contact with you since that day.
Q is going around different apartments posting promotional flyers, his new job. We see the detective from the hospital following him from afar. The detective is watching Kiwoo from a staircase when he twists his ankle and falls down the steps. Kiwoo sees the detective fall. He feels bad for the guy.
I feel awful. Those poor detectives who have to follow us all day.
Exterior hill, late afternoon. It's winter now. Kiwoo, bundled in a parka, climbs a hill in the middle of Seoul, walking through gray, leafless trees. His breath mists in the air.
I did have a strong feeling that you might be where you might be.
When he's climbed high enough, Kiwoo plops down on a rock. He removes a large telescope from his bag.
So when the seasons changed and the news slowed down, and when the detective finally stopped trailing us, I started to climb the mountain.
Telescope POV. We see the magnified view of the Park Mansion and the garden.
You can see the house pretty well from here.
Through the living room window, we see a family laughing and talking. Not the Parks, a Caucasian family. From the image of the happy foreign family, dissolved to Kiwoo shivering in the cold, still looking through the telescope. It's dark now.
I don't know why, but that day I just felt like staying longer.
Telescope POV. The family members have gone to their rooms to sleep, and the living room is empty. There's no movement until the motion sensor lights in the entrance start blinking. It blinks at varied intervals, long, then short, short, then long. We see Kiwoo's eyes grow wide through the telescope lens. He studies the timing of the blinks, which don't seem completely random. There's a pattern. Could it be Morse code? Kiwoo starts recording into a cell phone. Dash, dot, dash, dot, dash, dash. Wind howls as Kiwoo continues to rattle off dots and dashes with a trembling voice. Interior subway car moving night. Kiwoo is on the last train of the night, listening to the recording he made earlier through his headphones. He uses a permanent marker to transcribe the dots and dashes on a paper prescription bag. When he runs out of room, he writes on his flyers. When he runs out of room there, he starts writing on his jeans. The woman sitting next to him looks at him like he's a crazy person. Kiwoo opens a Morse code chart on his cell phone. He stops the playback. He starts deciphering the code. Dots and dashes soon become words. Dear son. Interior mansion secret room night. And the words turn into Keytek's voiceover.
Dear son, perhaps if no one else will be able to read this letter.
We see Keytek sitting at a desk in the dark chamber. On the desk is a densely written letter, which he's translating into Morse code. He consults a faded Morse code chart that Kunsai put up above the desk.
You were a Boy Scout, so I'm hoping this will somehow reach you.
Keytek looks thinner and has grown a full beard. He writes thoughtfully, one word at a time.
How is your health? Your mother, I'm not too worried about. I'm sure she's healthy as an ox. I'm doing well too. Although I cry often when I think of Ki-jung.
Exterior mansion garden day Keytek's flashback. Images from the fateful day appear in flashes. Blood spurting from Ki-jung's chest, Kunsai's face covered in cake and blood, the axe silently coming down on Dong-ik's shoulder, Keytek's hand gripping the bloody axe.
I still can't believe what happened that day. It almost feels like a dream.
Then we switch to Keytek's running POV. People screaming, running away, the gate approaching ahead.
I knew as soon as I ran out of the gate where I had to go.
Exterior mansion gate day Keytek's flashback. Slow motion of Keytek running down the stairs in front of the gate. He sees the front of a Mini Cooper jutting out of the half-open garage. They were able to squeeze the car in, but not fully close the door. Keytek ducks through the opening and enters the garage. A few party guests roam the street in panic, but they're too stricken with fear to notice. Only the non-functional surveillance camera looks down at Keytek as he slips through the door. Interior mansion living room day Keytek's flashback. Keytek pokes his head out from the garage stairs and looks inside the living room. It's empty. Through the window, he sees terrified party guests stampeding toward the sound of the ambulance. Holding his shoes in his hand, Keytek quickly crosses the kitchen and rushes towards down to the storage basement. Interior mansion storage basement day, Keytex flashback.
Even in the complete madness, I had the foresight to grab some water and food.
Keytek picks up a box of canned tuna and a box of Evian. He takes care to avoid the blood and plum extract on the floor as he walks across the basement. He pushes the jar cabinet to the side and opens the steel door behind it. He steps inside and closes the door. As he turns the crate handle and seals himself inside the darkness, we fade to black. Interior mansion, various night. As we fade back in, we can see an emptied out mansion lit only by moonlight. The parks have moved out.
I realized only later that a house with such a morbid history would not be appealing to potential buyers. I would have to stay in an empty house for a long time.
We go from room to room until we arrive in the secret room. Keytek picks at a can of tuna using Kunsai's fork. He eats one tiny piece at a time, conserving what limited food he has. All the while, he stares across the room where, in the darkness, Moonkwang is curled up next to the toilet. Exterior mansion, garden, night.
One good thing about being alone was that I was finally able to give her a proper funeral.
Moonkwang's hefty body is thrown into a dirt hole. We see Keytek panting at the mouth of the hole, exhausted from moving her all the way from the basement. The hole is dug in front of a large tree. One scoop at a time, dirt is scattered over her face. Keytek stops shoveling and takes a break. He leans on the tree and looks up at the stars twinkling above.
Tree burials are all the rage these days, so I guess no one can say I didn't give her a proper farewell.
Interior mansion secret room day. Keytek is sitting with his eyes closed in front of Dong-ik's picture that Kunsai put up on the wall. Head bowed. Penitent. A little comical, but he doesn't care. He continues to solemnly pay his respects when he hears a faint sound coming from above. He walks up the stairs and puts his ear on the steel door. He hears lively chatter on the other side. Someone's come to see the house. They speak German.
The real estate agents were smarter than I thought. They somehow managed to sell the house to a family that just moved to Korea.
Interior mansion kitchen early morning. It's dark and everyone is still asleep, except Keytek, who walks up to the kitchen and quietly crawls over to the refrigerator. We see a family portrait hanging on the kitchen wall. A German family of 4, white teeth shining brightly through their broad smiles. There are more pictures on the refrigerator. One picture shows a Filipino maid with her arms around the family's kids.
The parents both work and the kids are at school most of the day, which should have made them ideal housemates for me, but unfortunately they have a live-in maid, and I risk my life every night for the tiny window of opportunity I have to venture outside.
Keytek carefully opens the fridge and a cool shaft of light hits his face. Inside we see tofu, sausage, Korean gochujang paste, Japanese natto bean.
Luckily, Germans don't only eat German food. I thought I would have to eat sausage and beer for the rest of my life.
Keytek takes a little of each food and puts them in Kunsai's old plastic container when through his peripheral vision he sees something moving in the garden. Keytek nearly jumps out of his skin. He quickly turns only to realize it was his own reflection in the living room window. He stares at the pale ghost for a long time. Interior, mansion, secret room. Keytek eats tofu in the dark corner. Above the long beard, we see his dull, soulless eyes.
When you're in here, you lose your sense of reality.
Keytek lies motionless on Kunsai's cot. His breathing is so faint we almost can't tell he's alive.
Today was a good day. I wrote this letter to you.
Keytek gets up and walks over to the light switches. Looking at his Morse code coverted letter, he starts turning the switches on and off. As he sends his coded message to the outside world, we very slowly fade to black.
Take care, son.
Exterior, Kiwoo's neighborhood, alley, early morning. Kiwoo runs as fast as he can through the alley, chest bursting with excitement. His breath creates a trail of mist as he passes the lights of nearby semi-basement apartments. Interior, semi-basement, living room, early morning. An out-of-breath Kiwoo runs into the apartment and immediately picks up a used piece of paper. He doesn't even bother to take his coat off. He sits at the kitchen table and starts writing furiously. As the camera tracks in on his quickly moving hand, begins sentimental music. Interior, semi-basement, early morning. We move in on Kiwoo's sleeping face. He looks happy. Tightly held in his hand is the letter he just wrote. His eyelids flutter lightly. He must be dreaming. We hear Kiwoo's voice reading the letter.
Father, today I made a plan.
Exterior, stream, day. We witness the moment where the viewing stone was first discovered. A pair of hands pick up the rock from a beautiful, pristine stream.
A long-term plan.
Exterior, rich neighborhood day. Kiwoo walks up the hill of the wealthy neighborhood. He's older, dressed in a nice suit and tie.
I'm gonna make a lot of money.
Exterior, mansion gate day. Kiwoo is at the mansion, the one that at different points belonged to the Parks, the German family, and Namgum Kwinja. He walks up to the gate with a few real estate agents.
First, I need to go to college. Then I need a job and get married. But ultimately, I want to get rich.
Exterior mansion garden day. A female real estate agent shows Kiwoo the garden. Kiwoo stands in the sunlight and looks up at the majestic trees.
And when I get rich, I will buy this house.
As professional movers carry boxes into the house, two people step into the living room, Kiwoo and Chung-suk. Outside the window, we see a woman and girl, Kiwoo's wife and daughter, playing in the garden.
We'll pick a sunny day to move in.
Everything has been unpacked and put in place. The movers leave and only Kiwoo and his family remain. They're enjoying the sun at the patio table. Kiwoo turns towards the house.
Then all you have to do is walk up the stairs.
He's looking at the kitchen. Late afternoon rays lean into it at a low angle. We hear footsteps coming up from the basement stairs. Camera moves in and we see a faint glimpse of someone coming up the stairs. Ki-taek?
Come out, Dad.
Then at last, Ki-taek walks out into the bright garden. Buckets of sunlight wash away years of darkness. He hugs his family. An emotional reunion. As sentimental music swells into a climax, smash to exterior hill late evening. Cold, windy. The sun is dropping fast. Kiwoo is on the mountain again, looking through his telescope. He puts it down and looks into the distance.
But I have a problem, Father. I have no idea how to get this letter to you.
We see the Park mansion far away, surrounded by countless other mansions. Lights turn on and off across the neighborhood. It's as if the houses are trying to talk to us. Kiwoo's nose is bright red from the cold. His eyes brim with tears. Sharp wind cuts up his breath as soon as it mists in the air. As the wind continues to howl, fade to black. Over black. Music plays, bright but with an undertone of hopelessness. The end.
Sweet.
That is a lot of talk. That is a lot of like atmospheric stuff.
Yeah,
I think that last little bit that you just did was a 30 or 40 page monologue.
Yeah, like once the party happens, it's like descriptions.
I know. It's good. It's fine. But it was like
yeah, drink water. Stretch your tongue.
So thank you for doing that. Thank you, everybody. I want to hear what you guys thought about this, because for those who hadn't seen it, it really changes from the beginning to the end. But first, we'll get to know you guys. You can say what you go ahead and say what you guys are up to. So, Clint Monroe.
Hey guys, my name's Clint Monroe. You can find me on Instagram at Clint_Monroe. And you can find me at Facebook at Clint Monroe. And I was a Boy Scout, so Morse code me if you're trapped in a basement somewhere. And I will come find you and buy the house and get rich. Anyways, no, I'm honestly I'm just recovering from COVID, so I've been down for the last month. So I've been taking the 2 hours of energy that I have a day and sitting in a computer and writing and planning and jotting down things. So I've just been working, and so I'm interested in digging into the script. But anyways, that's me.
You know, this guy needs to be on Blue Bloods. He
Okay.
does.
We all second that.
I know, freezing, babe.
Thank you for spending 3 of those hours with us, Clint.
Thank you.
Vicky.
Hi, I'm Vicky Dykes. I'm from Penhold, Alberta, and I'm on Facebook as Vicky Dykes, and I'm on Instagram. I'm Yoga Grandma 7, but I'm going to have to change that name because it should be in the near future Yoga Grandma 10.
Congratulations.
And I'm busy. I'm not going to be able to stay tonight. I really enjoyed this show, and it sure did change. Holy smokes. It was a comedy, and then it became a horror show. I have I have a photo shoot in the morning, so that's why I can't hang out with you guys. I need a little bit of sleep tonight.
Oh, for the yoga thing?
You don't need any more beauty sleep. You're beautiful enough.
I know.
Oh,
Sleep is
Wednesday
overrated.
mornings I always look scary, so this is really. But
Stop.
yeah,
But sleep is overrated.
yeah, no.
All right. Well, thank you, Vicky. That's great.
Good.
Have a great shoot tomorrow.
Yes.
Sweet
Bye
dreams.
bye.
Bye. Petra Stedman.
Hi. Petra Stedman, mostly findable on Twitter, although I did just get an Instagram last week, although it still has nothing on it, so I'm sorry, guys. But that's a Petropedia 42. I'm working on getting anything on there, so, but at the moment, yeah, Twitter is probably the easiest way to find me, so. Well, it's just
I think random movie facts. It's kind of
random facts in general would probably be a good thing to do, so.
Corrections of people. I'm just kidding.
Sorry. I live in editor mode. I can't help it. I'm sorry.
Ari, where do we find you? What are you up to?
I'm Aaron Williamson. I'm located in Calgary, Alberta. You can find me at my Facebook, Ari Williamson with a Y. I'm currently in the process of making an Instagram solely for this sort of thing because my main Instagram is probably not ideal for this sort of thing, but not the point. At the moment, I'm just looking for new auditions. So
Cool.
I'm glad to be back after a long absence too.
Always happy to have you. And we also are always happy to have Heather Lee Cameron.
Hi, my name is Heather Lee Cameron. I'm an actor, I'm a writer, I'm a creative freelancer, and I'm a student in family history research from Lethbridge, Alberta. And you can find me on The Storm and Latter-day Saint, and that's my YouTube channel. And my Facebook, my official Facebook is like a personal page, but my artist page is Heather Lee Freelancer, and it contains all my work and all my experience in various areas from childhood. Actually, I managed to find different things from childhood. I am currently looking for work. Even though I'm going to school, I can do both. I'm very capable.
Indeed.
You can find all my personal links, all my links to my pages on my YouTube channel. You can contact me at heather.lee.cameron@gmail.com. If you want to give me some work, I've got reels and a resume that the lovely Morgan Toll helped me spruce up. And I'm willing to work very hard. I'm willing to be teachable. I'm willing to learn whatever I need to learn to become better. And that's the sign of a good actor. That's the sign of a good writer. That's the sign of a good everything. So please, if you have work that you think I'd be good for, contact me.
Indeed. And another sign of a good everything is helping people, as you just mentioned. Morgan told us often. So, Morgan, tell them what else you're up to. What are you doing?
Hi, I'm Morgan. I am a SAG-AFTRA voice actor, acting coach, author, and I am the talent coordinator for Streamily, which you can see me host a bunch of videos as well on, if you go to streamily.com, you can see all of our events that are coming up. And then we either stream on the actor's Instagram or our YouTube page. And it's pretty cool if you want to check it out. But if you want to find me, just me, it's on Instagram at Morgan Elizabeth Toll.
Very cool. Yeah, I follow Streamerly, and they're always doing stuff. They're doing so many things with so many well-known actors and personalities, voiceover artists and stuff. It's impressive.
And you know, Morgan's best voice is either military individuals or cops.
Is that so?
Yes.
Good to know.
All right.
No, you really did. In what was that thing? What was that one with
Everybody, look, Clint's being attacked. Oh no, Clint needs help. I don't think he's gonna
I
survive.
don't know what's gotten into him, dude. He's been super,
Oh,
super
Wreck-It
funny,
Ralph, the
like,
military
all
thing.
day.
Yeah, that's what I was
He's
gonna
been
say,
walking
Kevin.
around underneath my feet the whole script. It's so fun.
He knew when it was over. He was
Yeah,
listening.
yeah.
But yeah, that Wreck-It
Jacob.
Ralph performance by Morgan was great.
Yeah, I was gonna even say that.
Yes.
Yeah, I was listening, Heather, even though I went to Clint. So I got sidetracked by
And
cuteness.
Jacob, how about yourself?
Hi.
Yes.
Oh, all
Hi,
right, he just got
Jacob.
his
How are
cameo,
you?
now
Why
he
don't
left.
you introduce yourself?
Thank you, Heather. Twist my arm.
I
I
never twist people's arms. I gently encourage
twisted
you
both
to
of them
promote-
and my feet.
No. I gently encourage you to promote your talented self, just like you encourage us.
Well, thank you. I have most of my background in computer animation and currently helping to make some theme park rides, but also
Oh.
enjoy screenwriting, and that's why I'm here to see how it's done and hear these amazing performances and their take on the written word. So
His IMDb is amazing.
thank you. Fortunate to
As
work
are
on.
his reels. I've seen his reels.
If you want to see them too, jacobpatrick.com. But we'll move on. So, what do you guys think about this? Like, Aaron, you said at first you're like, all right, I thought this was going to be a horror, but now it seems like a comedy. But that was before we got to the end. So now, what do you think?
It's definitely some kind of horror, but I also find it like that interesting twist end where they essentially almost pretty much got away with it.
Yeah, except for the one daughter. Didn't
Well,
quite
yeah.
get away with it.
But overall, they seemingly got away with it. Like they almost seemingly got a slap on the wrist.
Mhm, mhm. Other people, what do you guys think?
Definitely intrigued to watch the film now. I think this is going to be a interesting experience. I'm also curious to see the differences between page and screen. So
No, you got to
Usually I'm
spoil it here
right.
instead of there.
yeah, usually I'm
It's
doing it
kind of
right.
interesting how, like, pretty much almost instantly when this movie came out, like how much they were talking about it in all the filmmaker circles and like how educational it became almost instantaneously, you know?
Broke the mold.
Yeah.
It stood out.
It broke the mold and then it put the mold back together again in its image.
It killed it.
Like a parasite.
Yeah, on that note, the original title was Decal, like an image that looks similar to the right thing, but if you look at it, it's off or whatever. And originally, when he wrote this, he made it to be like a play, where he wanted to be on the stage and had the two apartments there and stuff.
Oh, clever.
Thanks, Petra.
You're welcome.
I
Follow
told
me at
you. I said I am not
42 on
doing
Instagram. But Petra knows this stuff. I had to look it up and put a little note. Otherwise, I don't know this off the top of my head. I'm gonna forget
Yeah, like
it in
there's
2
that
days.
epic scene in The Matrix, right, where he like gets downloaded and then he comes back and he's like, I know kung fu. Like Petra does that right before we do a read. They just
I
like
do know
download
it.
all the facts of the movie right beforehand, and then she
Petra, you
just
do
try
that.
it
Petra, you do that. Why do you think you're good? Why do you think we all agree that you're Petropedia? You do that.
I don't research this stuff beforehand. It's just stuff that I know.
Come on, Petra.
I know.
I don't know
You
about
have
it. I
to
don't know
research
about
it.
it.
You do.
it's
I know,
I don't
downloaded.
believe you. I don't believe you because you're one of the most intelligent people about movies that I've ever met. So cut the crap. Just admit it.
And I know everything, nor did I go. I did not do research going into this. I know very little about it.
Well,
Okay,
for,
well,
for this one, that's probably a rare experience for you, so that was good. No, let us know what you think of the film when you watch that.
Definitely will. Definitely will.
Right.
It's on my list.
We haven't heard from you yet, Morgan, on your thoughts.
I enjoyed it. I mean, I'd really only seen the trailer before, and I had no idea what the movie was about. And I didn't look it up before we did the reading because I just wanted to see what the script was going to be like. And just gathering from the trailer, I did also think that it was going to be a horror film. based on the mood of the trailer. So the comedy in the beginning and the way that it was pretty much all the way through halfway, almost to the end, was very lighthearted, comedic, and I don't know, like totally different tone than what I expected.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was going to be about a Khan family, and then all of a sudden they killed people, and oh my gosh, like, oh, by the way, as I put in the chat earlier, if your eardrums are damaged and your pants are wet from my manic screens and mania, don't send me the bills. I won't pay them.
Yeah. Luckily
Fine,
for
we'll
us,
send
it
you
kind of
fr-
just cuts off, so we're fine.
Fine, we'll send you some frowny faces.
It's okay. There's
No,
free
I didn't
healthcare in
practice.
Canada. So
I totally improvised that mania, just absolutely improvised it all.
just comes natural. Is that?
Yeah,
I'm
oh,
just teasing. Teasing.
Speaking
I
of
know you're
Parasite,
teasing, and I'm flattered.
Speaking of what, Clint?
oh, I was saying, speaking of Parasite, I have a family of probably the most well-fed mosquitoes living in my house right now.
Oh no.
Yeah, it's been awful. But they were with me all through COVID too, which was awesome.
Do you know all the ones that suck your blood are female?
Yeah.
Speak up.
What's her name? Jun?
I got that from Petropedia 42.
Yeah.
Follow her on Instagram.
Petra, quit encouraging him.
I'm not doing anything.
that was me. That was a joke. I was giving her a hard time. That was all me. So yeah.
No, this is. I mean, you can definitely see why they translated it and turned it into or why it won an award. You know, like this is a really well written script, and it's interesting. Like a lot of the characters parallel each other, right? Like the character arcs, like the character arc of the rich father parallels the character arc of my character Kiwoo, right? Where they seem to be the man with the plan at all times until violence is involved or there's like an altercation, right? And then they kind of turn away from that. And then the dad kind of steps up and stands in that place when that time happens, but he usually never has a plan. So I thought that was super interesting. There's a lot of good stuff to this, you know, a lot of really interesting stuff. A lot of like, we're leading you in this direction and twist and turn it into another area, you know, like the whole basement underground turns it into like this drunk lady who's like, you know, probably just doing something downstairs to steal something, you know, to having a husband that's been living down there for 4 years. Like that was a huge left turn, you know.
Right.
And then just the whole scene where they're hiding under the table and trying to escape, like just the amount of tension that's in there. Because you have this lady who's half dead. You don't really know what's going on. You've got the guy who's tied up who can probably escape. Then you've got the family going through there and the other family hiding through the whole time. I mean, it's a lot of stuff going on to keep track of, you know.
And it was interesting to see all you guys' not everyone, but your faces and reactions to being just as comfortable as the family is under the table.
I don't think this con family was used to having people fight back in their cons. I think the family was just used to getting their way with the cons.
Well, to me, it feels
Yeah,
like
I didn't get that this was like a thing that they do regularly. I
No.
think they're trying to do the best that they can, but I think this was just, you got that one little, you got that little edge of the crowbar in the door with the, you know, the already, I'm presuming that Min Hyung is some type of like somewhat, I mean, he's a college student. That's already kind of a really big thing in Korea. And having like the ability to study abroad and stuff is a very prestigious thing. So he probably comes from money. The fact that he has like a scooter and everything like that, he has his private transportation, he has a job, especially one that affords him like the ability to travel and go study somewhere else is kind of a big deal. Not just like, you know, here obviously, but like, you know, in other places, especially someplace like Korea where you have those real huge class divides and social divides. It's actually kind of interesting that like I'm wondering if like the fact that he proposed his friend as a tutor was like, I mean, I'm guessing there was probably a reason why that was like his in or something, because that's kind of the only way that you would have somebody from almost like the juxtaposition of like a lower income person who just happens to be smart getting into like with a wealthy family, because the class divide in a lot of those things is very, very huge. I don't know. It was kind of interesting. I didn't get that this is a long-term con family. This is not like, I don't know, this is not like the group from Cruella or something. They're not con artists, I don't think. I think they just kind of, they lucked into it. They saw an opportunity to make their lives better. I mean, their lives are literally shit sometimes. That's not great. I mean, when you grow up in poverty, I've been on weirdly both sides of that divide and kind of stuck wedged firmly on the lower half of the middle, a lot of the times too. And I mean, my mom dated an actor like right after I was born, and we lived in like a really nice, guest house of a very nice mansion in the far side of Beverly Hills for like the first year and a half of my life. I mean, I got taken home from the hospital and driven back for like my checkups and stuff like that in a Rolls. I mean, that's not something that, you have when you're, and it's not like a brag or anything. It's just like, that was my life. That doesn't, whatever. There's like pictures of Sammy Davis Jr. holding me when I was like 6 weeks old or something. So it just is what it is. I mean, that was, and then it's like, I've also lived in shelters, and I've lived in, I've had like where you don't know where your next meal is coming from, or you're not making it to cover any of your bills, let alone, it's like you maybe have enough to pay one, and that's it. And it's like, but yeah, I mean, I'm good now, comfortable now, but it's not like, I'm not rich by any stretch, but it's looking at the parallels, I guess, between both sides. On the one hand, you have the Kim family, who are they're kind of all loners in their own weird way, but they are very a connected family unit. And then you have the Parks, who really should have no problems, and every single one of them is in desperate need of a companion. It's almost like they're parasites on their own. They can't function together. They need someone to latch onto. Like, the kid needs someone to pay attention to him, and the mom needs somebody to help her with everything, and the dad needs somebody to like, be impressed by him. And
so do you think excess wealth desensitizes people to human connection?
Yes and no. I have seen, again, both sides of the strata. It's like, I've seen people with, more debt than kids, and they can't function. It's almost impossible for them to forge connection. I've seen people with like, a bank account ending in more zeros than people in their neighborhood, and they're probably some of the happiest people I've ever seen. They connect, they talk like every day. It's like, yeah, but it's hard not to be better that like you can afford to do that. I don't know if it makes it better or worse that you have these people who never see their kids when you can afford to see them all the time. You don't have to hand your kid off to a babysitter. You don't have to let the nanny raise them while you go off and do whatever it is you do with your day. You could spend all day, every day, raising your child, or spending time with your family, or being involved in each other's lives because you want to be, and not for some type of weird photo op, or because it's what you're supposed to do, or, oh, hey, it's the third Thursday of the month, let's have a family night, and then you don't see each other again for 2 weeks. I don't know. I think it certainly can desensitize you to certain things, like not having that understanding of, you have never been without, and so it's nice that you're willing to share, but you have never been without. You don't know what this is like for me. You can treat me, I cannot treat you. And I appreciate that you're offering, but it doesn't make it better for me just because you're not being a brat about it. And
So
there are people who are about it either way. So.
Are the bits of classism and talks of class like similar to this and Crazy Rich Asians and stuff?
Well, this is one reason I feel like this script, like, I don't know, it went so, like, everybody in the United States loved it, and it won so many awards and got attention, and other countries love it because this is a thing that happens in multiple countries around the world. You know what I mean?
Well, I think on the one hand, it's kind of a universal story. I mean, there kind of always have been the haves and have-nots, but then you also have, it's an extremely centralized story. Like that whole thing about Psy, the rapper, when he created Gangnam Style, everyone hears a fun dance anthem, but because we don't speak Korean, like they reference Girls' Generation, and I actually like K-pop. I grew up listening to Girls' Generation and FX and a bunch of other groups and stuff like that. And I find it interesting that like these people are literally, they pick really, really pretty people, and they, whether they have any talent naturally or not, they will sit there, they will hone them, they create these little groups, they will cycle members in and out when they age out. If they have like a breath of scandal around them, they control every aspect of their lives. These people, like, you sign your child over to a contract for like X number of years while they're profitable, and that's what they do. And these people experience massive fame, usually wealth. Occasionally it at least goes into like a fund or something for them, but this is their life. Like, you have people who are like, okay, you were told you're going to go date this person and you are not allowed to hang out with that person, and this person is no longer your cousin, or this person is now a member of your family. And it's weird that like this is a thing that we consider kind of acceptable. But it's just, it is what it is. So on the one hand, it's a very centralized thing, like it's a very specific thing to Korea and that aspect of it, but it's also kind of a universal thing. So because everybody knows, you know, whatever side of the class divide you fall on, whatever side of the wealth gap you fall on, I think this is something that maybe why it was so universal, and why it was liked so much, and why people kind of, it resonates with you even if you don't understand a word of the dialogue being spoken. So something cool to think about.
I have an answer to this from a video I watched, but I'll get your guys' thoughts. Like, do you feel like there's a bad guy in this? Like, if there's a bad guy in it, who's the bad guy?
I don't
The
know.
society that forces something like this to happen, or allows something like this to happen, I don't know.
That.
It was kind of a trick question, but yeah, but because the writer wanted to. Yes.
I think that like the family, like the poor family, had good intentions trying to like get the job and get people fired so they could have more money for themselves. But when they progressed over to killing, they kind of forgot their purpose, and then they turned into the bad guys themselves.
I mean, it's really interesting to watch something like this. I mean, I lived in China for a while, so it wasn't Korea, you know, but I'm sure there's a lot of cultural similarities more than differences. I'm sure there's a lot of differences, but
Yeah.
but like one of the things in China is it's like family above everything, right? Like your family is you against the world, and you can trace that back 20 generations, and they have a list and they can go back. And like I think that was something that really stood out here, is it's like it really doesn't matter. This family is struggling. We will do everything together to make it through this. You know what I mean? And that's kind of like one of the things, and they talk about this a lot, and like how when you watch the movie, how many dirty singles and doubles and triples are in this shot. Is like they're making this a very, very tight-knit family that will do anything and go to extreme measures. And that's why they like, I mean, the whole setup is like, okay, I got a job. Let's bring my sister into this job because I saw an opportunity. Let's bring my dad in. Let's bring the mom in. Everybody's in, you know? And I really liked how they did that, you know, because it is kind of you against the world, especially when you live in countries like that. Like it's hard to fathom it when you live in the States or Canada, you know, when you're looking at in China, a geographic mass that's about the same size and 4 times as many people, you know what I mean? There's just the level of competition, you know, out there. And I think they alluded to that a little bit of like how difficult it is to exist in a society where there's so many people out there. You know, one of the things that I noticed when I was working in China is, you know, to get a job that paid barely above minimum wage, it was like you needed a college degree just to get that job. If not, I mean, there was a list of people waiting out the door to become a server at a job in a country where they don't even pay tips. You know what I mean? So, like the level of competition out there is just crazy. And so these guys saw an opportunity and took it. Hell yeah.
You know, if you're of a certain, like, not a wealth class, but of a social class, it is still hard to get a job. And lots of people all over the world live below the poverty line because you have to be a certain type of person to get a job. Otherwise, you get overlooked just because of the type of person you are. So I don't think anywhere in the world is any different than anywhere else. It's the type of person you are. And if you're different, if you stand out, you get overlooked because employers don't want to deal with that. So I think that it's not entirely about the wealth class.
Yeah,
That's
for sure. I mean, there's ancient, I mean, you know, when you talk about, you know, Buddhism and Taoism, you're talking about ideas that go way, way back. But like one of them is, you know, they make it simply like whack-a-mole, the idea of whack-a-mole, right? Like if you stand up and you stand out, like you will get crushed down. So there's this kind of like, how do I make my way without rising too far to the top? And that's a very privileged.
No, it's just about if you're too different to belong, basically. If you stand out in a bad way, if you're too unique, then you'll get crushed.
No, I get that too. I mean, there's
it's not about like wealth class. It's about how do you fit into the social circle? How do you fit into corporate America? Can you fit into the corporate world and do exactly what they want you to? Or
no, it's a really interesting debate. You know, it's been one of the things that's been really, really frustrating, is that, you know, we're like in the midst of the woke movement, and I've seen a lot of these people, you know, that talk about inclusion and inclusivity and will essentially create a lynch mob of somebody who doesn't fit in socially. You know what I mean? So it's like that. I mean, people band together against the thing that makes them uncomfortable, whatever it is, you know? And while our, I guess, frame of reference has expanded to include a certain swath of people, it definitely hasn't expanded that much, you know?
It's not even about wokeness. It's about including all facets of diversity, not just focusing on expanding it.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
If you want to improve on diversity, you need to include all facets, not just widen the gap, and not to include a little bit. You have to include all of it if you're going to improve on diversity. And I've written papers on this. And I'll continue to write papers.
I agree with you. I stand. I mean,
it.
I 100% stand for that. You know, I think we definitely need to see more of it. You know, and I think a lot of people are. I'm trying to have like a really deep, heartfelt conversation while my dog is chewing on the tab underneath my seat because he's going stir.
And they're all staring at us. Oh dear, we're getting intense.
But no, like I mean, that's one of the reasons why I write stories is because there's such a narrow view of representation. You know what I mean? I mean, well, not Hollywood, but society just in general. The media definitely like floods the spotlight on society, you know, and for a while, I believe we've talked about this before, how autism has become like the trendy, cool thing to talk about, right? And so there's been this level of sympathy that's been extended to autistics who
bad word,
like that hasn't been extended to people that are maybe outside of that spectrum. As far
as but here's the word, like, you know? We shouldn't be given sympathy, we should be given inclusion. And I think autism, definitely. When it comes to autism, they shouldn't be getting neurotypical actors to play autistic roles. That is absolutely wrong. They should get autistic actors to play autistic roles.
I'm for it, you know. It's not.
There are plenty enough. There are enough autistic actors that could reasonably do the job.
Yeah.
I will say, Heather, that the industry is moving into a very authentic place, and they're only hiring actors that are basically exactly like the role that they want.
Yeah.
I see this not just for on camera, but for voiceover as well.
No more like maybe
auditions for characters who are voiceover talent, characters that are in wheelchairs. They actually still hire people in wheelchairs to do the voiceover. So it's there. The industry is changing and it's becoming a lot more authentic, which is great because
it's great.
It offers a lot more room for people that didn't have a chance before, now have the opportunity to be in the industry.
Yeah.
Like, I just feel it's still got a long way to go because people are scared. They are still scared to really explore what's different and accept what's different and do more than just tolerate it, because tolerance is not love. And I wrote a paper on it, and I'll put the paper in the comments of, we just need to do more than tolerate. And it's really sad that we don't, because if we did more than tolerate and gave neurodivergent actors and different actors of different abilities chances to shine, then maybe they'd get more chances to shine, and neurotypical actors wouldn't feel the need to steal roles that disabled actors could play.
Well, this also goes into not just people like that, but also people of color, people
Yes.
or African American or Asian who don't always get the chance to play things because there's not a whole lot out there for them to play. And we are trying to change the industry to allow more room for these people so that it can be a lot
like the Black Little Mermaid that is coming up, Halle Berry. That's a great
It's not Halle Berry, sweetheart.
Or whatever her name is. It's a great start.
No, it is, but just, she kind of, skipping like for a quick, like 2 quick touch points. Number one, it's like when Halle Berry won her Academy Award, like the thing that she felt she was supposed to have gotten it for was introducing Dorothy Dandridge, which was a made-for-TV movie. But Dorothy Dandridge she worked in the Hollywood machine, but she refused to let herself, play domestic help. She didn't want those roles. So she chose the ones that were crazy and out there. And she had some really fantastic roles. Her life is really fascinating. And then it kind of just stopped at a certain point. So I do find it interesting that that's kind of the role that Halle kind of felt she should have won for, even though it wasn't. Although I do kind of like that they took a interesting chance on her for something like Monsters Ball. But moving on to,
I don't know. This is just my own point of view, and I'm nothing. But there's so many stories out there, so many stories to be told, and it's like I don't really know why they're doing all black Little Mermaid or whatever. It's like, dude, there are so many stories that are new, that are amazing, that are fresh, that can give new actors new voices, that can talk about. We were talking about how there's such a narrow view of the stories that are told, and there's so many out there that are interesting, inspiring, uplifting, and it's like they're narrowing the focus, trying to make a little bit of inclusion. It's like, just bring these people in, bring in their stories, man. Let's give other people roles. There's so many more stories, so much more that can be expanded. Human consciousness is so small and infinitesimal at this point. Why don't we just open the floodgates and let it go? That's my own personal perspective from a guy who does not currently make millions of dollars.
I agree that we should have more stories being told because studios are very weary of bringing that in. But at the same time, I do think symbolically it is important to have stories like Little Mermaid, which is a story that we all grew up with and love, to also have a Black actress play such an iconic character and inspire young children.
I know, but what
I find weird about the whole issue is the fact that a couple of years ago, Queen Latifah played Ursula in I don't know if it was the Broadway production, but she did play Ursula, and she did a phenomenal job. And she was taking over from Faith Prince, who was an amazing Broadway actress. But it's like, nobody seems to care when the role is taken over. And she was freaking lavender in the movie. Okay. She's based on her final design was based on a drag queen. She is a huge, literally bigger than life personality. She's a fantastic villainess. There are so many people who love her for body inclusion, although they did have a massive issue when they had the Villainous fashion doll line that came out, and they literally whittled her down to fashion model things. And so many people were like, you could have just left her as this, gorgeous, lush queen, and they didn't. And that's fine. I'm getting off topic, but I don't know. It's just, I feel that there's a way to do the whole woke thing, and I'm sorry that I'm doing quotes, but it's there's this entire trend lately with woke Disney, especially just because we're talking about the Little Mermaid. And it's I think in some cases it works and in some cases it does not. And I think it also goes into I'm all for inclusivity. I think it's great. It's like, you know, have colorblind casting, have gender flip casting. I still think one of my like, one of my favorite plays is Much Ado About Nothing. One of my favorite roles is, you know, Beatrice. But it's like, if I had the opportunity to play a gender flipped Benedict, still go after a girl. But it's like, what if we have that entire conversation about like, you know, what if she had to be like, you know, the guy's guy type of girl who didn't get to be her full feminine self, but she had to like, you know, she's playing several roles against the side. I think that would be a kind of a cool idea. But it's like, that's something that I may never get to do, and that's fine. That's something nobody may ever get to do. But
I mean, why are people hung up on that anyway? There was a Black Cinderella and an Asian prince in Rogers and Hammerstein's Cinderella in the 90s.
And you somehow get an Asian prince from Whoopi Goldberg and Victor Garber. I'm like, you know what? If you can have that, let it go. Nobody should care. But I think also you can kind of shoot yourself in the foot by trying to go so far away from offending anybody by how you choose to do it. Like, okay.
I think that's the thing we have to keep in mind, is that somebody's always going to be offended.
Oh no, and that's the kicker. But it's like, I love when they go so far off the side. I think you've completely missed the point. Like the Pan musical from a couple years ago that had Hugh Jackman as Blackbeard. That is excuse my language, that's a batshit movie anyway. It's fascinating to watch, and I love the soundtrack, but it is a batshit movie. But their concept of Tiger Lily, and yes, everybody lost their mind when you had Rooney Mara cast as Tiger Lily. You have a white Welsh girl cast as the Indian princess, but then everybody else about the Neverland natives is the most diverse casting I have ever seen. Her father is a member of the Aboriginal tribe. There are people of every single background you could possibly have, ethnic and racial. And I'm like, I kind of thought that was cool. Yes, it's an extremely white cast besides that, but you know what? If you overlook yes, everybody got up in arms that you cast a white girl as Tiger Lily. You could have given it to an actual person of like Native American or, you know, history. But look at what else they tried to do. They took it to an extreme. You know, you make a white Welsh girl the daughter of an Aboriginal native whose other members of their family and tribe are literally from all over the world. But I thought that was kind of a cool idea. But it may have also taken it a little bit too far. And it's like the whole thing now, it's like, you for so long did not have anybody who looked like a certain whatever. I mean, Morgan, you are gorgeous. And you kind of, you kind of look like a doll. You look like, and I mean that nicely. It's like, I mean, you look like somebody that we have seen in, you know, our toys were all modeled after you, and like every single Disney princess or whatever, every single characterization or whatever. It's like you kind of look like somebody that would have grown up like that. And it's like, you know, I was a super skinny girl with an eating disorder as a kid, but I mean, you know, when you get a little bit older and you don't have girls with a lot of freckles, or you don't have, you know, weird girls who talk too much and read too many books aside from Anne of Green Gables, and you don't have, you know, people who look like you or who act like you. And I think when they started doing stuff like, you have characters like Moana, you have, you know, like the Princess and the Frog, you have people who started looking like other people, where you have little girls who, instead of looking at Cinderella and the extremely white Disney cast up to that point, you have people who go like, that person looks like me, and that's really cool. And like, you feel a connection with that you maybe don't. And then you also have, I have a very diverse and eclectic family, and I don't think there's anything wrong with the fact that I had, you know, one of my Black cousins who dressed as Elsa. And that is one of the whitest, and I mean that in like color palette mainly more than anything. That is one of the whitest girls I have ever seen in an animated film recently, aside from the White Witch and Narnia. And like, I thought that was totally cool that she decided to dress as Elsa, and nobody gave her crap. And there was a little white girl like from the other town who was dressed as one of the things, and they ran up to each other and they went, "That's my sister." I'm like, that right there is, you know, that's your inclusion. That's your moment of like, you know, colorblind anything. Like, nobody cares. It's like, take that, put that viewpoint in a movie, take that type of, you know, it doesn't matter what you look like, it doesn't matter what you sound like, it doesn't matter how you act, as long as you can portray the character that you are asked to portray. Tell the story that we need someone to tell, write the story that we need someone to write, and then find people to act it. And whatever you want to have. There's an actor that I really like, and he goes by the name of Perth. He's half Indonesian and half Australian, and he speaks. I actually, only from like weird mimicry, I have an ear for this stuff, but it's like my accent is a little bit better than his, but he speaks almost flawless Thai, and I'm like, he just speaks it with a weird accent. So occasionally we go, okay, thanks, man, and I'm like, I have to wind my head back a little bit for it, but it's like, you have a character like that, and yes, he's gorgeous, but you have an actor like that who is getting roles in, you know, Asian productions and a lot of other things. I'm sorry, Heather, I'm rambling on. Just somebody else take over the conversation. Go ahead.
I think the same about like LGBT culture. I think we are just now starting to see stories that are like everybody else's, instead of having like in every lesbian film, somebody always dies at the end.
Oh, I know.
Having those very cliche endings, to be able to tell stories that are like everybody else and to say, hey, this is normal. But also on the same topic, to have gay people actually play gay people and not straight people play gay people.
And please not have that thing where it's like, can you please be straight acting? It's like, no, I am.
It's like, I mean, that's crazy to me. I mean, I'm not that old, you know, I haven't been through the whole thing forever, but it's like, it's just kind of funny to me how there was a point in time where they're like, all right, so film is about building a world, right? And we have a world that we can draw from to create this world, but let's only take like a small little part of that world to create this big world. I don't know. That's just weird. If you had the opportunity to do it 60 years ago, why didn't you do it? And I know society was different back then.
I mean, Hollywood was really based on, if you really think about it, when Hollywood was first around, it was based with contract actors. And the contract actors were these gorgeous white women who all looked the same, and these handsome men, and they were on contract, and they did all of the films that were being made.
Yeah, they make a lot of money back then.
Hollywood.
They still make a lot of money. Anyways, my dog, after going to the dog park and running around for 4 hours yesterday and fighting off 2 Rhodesian Ridgebacks for an hour and a half, full grown, and then running and playing after that, is now acting like a psychopath, like he has never been outside of the house ever. So I got to take care of this guy because he's coming in and scratching and biting on things, going through my camera bag. So I love you guys very much. This is an awesome conversation. If you are watching, keep watching. I'm sure it's going to get even better. And if you have one of those stories that we were talking about that is from a different swath of life that shows and expands our consciousness, man, write it down.
No, I do. It's just not completed yet. I've got to finish it.
All right, guys. I'm out. I'll see you guys next week.
At large. If you have a viewpoint that you want shared, bring it to our attention, anyone's attention. Get it out there. See about bringing it to someone's attention and getting it made.
And if you're unable to sell it, make it yourself. Don't let the industry stop you.
Yeah.
Do the thing.
I agree.
But you know, I think like people like Hollywood needs to be able to let more actors in and respect people's history by letting them play their roles, like the roles that are authentically theirs. And
well, okay, I would also like to argue a little bit. I'm going back historically, but it's like you had super early films that showed stuff like lesbian relationships, or what we would refer to as like LGBTQ now.
And there was a film about depicting like the first transgender lady. I can't remember what it's called, Lily Eve or something. I can't remember the title of that film.
No. That off the top of my head I can't think of, but it's like, I mean, you did have, and then you had stuff like the Hays Code, which unfortunately was an incredibly narrowing view. I mean, immediately before this, you had depictions of women utilizing their sexuality, relationships where they cared more about like the woman or the person of the same gender, or you had relationships that didn't end in romance. You had relationships between people that necessarily wouldn't have had that type of representation getting to do that. And it wasn't for titillation and it wasn't for exploitation. You had people and characters, and in some cases actually playing themselves, who got to do stuff like this because somebody went out and went, you know what, I really realized this.
Interest.
What was that?
I said women characters in film that weren't just a love interest.
They got to be the leads. They got to have their own love interest that they chose. They got to have no love interest, and it wasn't like a sin or a condemnation or a punishment. You had characters who, like, they got to be. I still love that you had, like, Marlene Dietrich way back in the day, and she ended up with a reputation for, like, box office wisdom, but she did really cool roles, like, Queen Christina and stuff like that, where she's walking around or I may be, please don't come for me at the moment, I'm really tired. I may be conflating Garbo and Dietrich, but you had very similar stories from both of them, where it's like they played against type and they did the stuff that they wanted to do and characterized, like, the thing. And I don't know, I really like some pre-code movies. You had stuff like Gentleman's Agreement. It's literally about a throuple on film in the 30s. And I'm like, that's kind of crazy. Every time after that, you had a woman with no clear deciding factor. Or you had people that were, I don't know. I still find Freaks kind of a really fascinating time capsule of its own.
I really liked All About Eve because it focuses on the two women dynamic, and there's like not really a love interest involved. It's simply just two women competing against each other.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's also like that. It's an interesting exploration of, like, the power dynamic, and, like, you have it and someone else wants it. There's always someone younger and hungrier coming after you, and then there's going to be somebody young and hungry coming after them, and it's like, it's this weird perpetuating cycle, because you have guys like Jimmy Stewart, and they played a freaking love interest into their goddamn 60s against girls who were, like, literally half their age. I mean, you had Jimmy Stewart in Vertigo, and then you had him in Bell Book and Candle, and after that he's like, you know what, I can't believably do this anymore. And both of them were with Kim Novak, and she was amazing, but I just find it kind of fascinating. You have these characters. I mean, one of my favorite movies, and we're getting so horribly off topic, I'm so sorry, but one of my favorite movies is Charade, and it's from the 60s, and you have Cary Grant and Audrey Hepburn, and Audrey Hepburn is, I think it had to have been at least a 2-decade gap at that point. Cary Grant was pushing 60. And there's a scene where he's supposed to, like, take a shower, and he did not take his clothes off. He literally makes a joke about it. He washes himself in his stuff because he's like, nobody wants to see me take my shirt off. I'm like, sir, I respectfully beg to differ. I have seen you without a shirt off. And at that age, it was fine. But all of the roles were, like, the lines and the scenes where there was chasing or, like, any type of sexual or romantic aggression, they took them all from him and gave them to Audrey Hepburn's character. And I think the movie works brilliantly. It's this amazing thing. She's this girl literally half his age running around and chasing him and going, oh yeah, you're gonna be mine. It's like, oh. I'm like, yes, do more of that.
I think Sabrina's better.
Yeah, but Sabrina, she's very much more an object, and I didn't like that. Seriously, watch Charade. It's a mind blow. But getting back to, you want inclusion, and you want, I would personally love a movie.
I'd like to interject, like, another thing about neurodivergent actors. I'd like them to be able to play neurotypical roles as well, because I think some would be very skilled at doing that with the right training. They could. Yeah. If they had coaches like Morgan that had patience. And if you roll your eyes, I swear on all things, Morgan, I think that it might be a challenge, but for some, but if neurodivergent actors were given the opportunity, I think they could make Hollywood a better place. And not just about filling a casting couch. They could really broaden diversity.
Well, and I think that's kind of true of everything. That's what we've been talking about. It's not just one field. It's not just one perspective. It's not just have more women. It's not just have more, non-English language films winning. I think actually one of the things, because 2011, you had The Artist, which was not only that was a non-English speaking film. I think it was almost an entirely non-English, like non-American / English production as well. And that one won Best Picture. And that was an amazing film. And then like less than a decade later, you have Parasite and everybody loses their minds over it. It's like, because why exactly? I don't know. I don't know. Everybody loses their mind over Parasite winning. And it's like, can you explain why? Can you articulate as to why this bothered you so much? And like I said, anytime somebody who has a major issue with something like this winning for the sake of it being, it's not in English, I couldn't understand what they're saying, I don't like subtitles. You were perfectly fine with it when other stuff won. You were okay when this took off, but not that. And it's like, anytime somebody who has an issue with something outside of their comfort zone that is not in their normative viewpoint,
It's
taking
like
a
what we
lead.
talked about earlier, Heather, about casting directors.
Mhm.
Remember?
Not really, but you know, I think people aren't used to, like, viewers, Hollywood, they're not used to seeing people of different ethnicities in leading roles, like Asians. I remember reading George Takei's biography. He used to play the coat man or certain roles, and then he got into Star Trek, and people were very amazed. They were shocked, and it took a while for them to be moved about him being on the bridge of Starship.
And he's an incredibly, weirdly enough, for as camp as he played it, I mean, he's a very dignified character. I actually found it kind of cool that, like, you know, Sulu is a classically trained sword fighter. I love that they brought back that aspect for the movie.
Well, casting directors like to see you in a box because you have to think like they see so many things that they like things to be as simple as possible. So they're looking at these boxes of what you are. So the best thing that you could do for yourself as an actor is to first typecast yourself. And I'm not saying it in a way of like you're never going to play any of these other parts. But when you're starting out as a beginner actor, you typecast yourself, you figure out what it is you play better than anybody else. You play that. And then once you have success in that, you can then start to broaden your horizons. But when a casting director sees you, they want to be like, oh, they fit really well with this. Not only does it help you on the audition, but let's say you don't get booked on that role, they will remember and be like, oh, I remember Heather. She was really good at this kind of character. I'm going to keep her in mind for this. So
Aaron, do you have any thoughts?
Hollywood is very
I
boxy.
do not. I'm just enjoying listening to what everybody else is saying, but I do agree that we do need more inclusion in.
He is, and he's also enjoying time with pretty girls.
Okay, so well, I do actually have a question for you, if that's okay though. And you have a speech impediment. I actually had one when I was younger too, and it's like, when you have a character where it's part of their role, do you think it should matter? Should you be able to deliver, like, you know, a Shakespearean monologue with a speech impediment? Do you think it should matter? Do you think it shouldn't? What are your thoughts on stuff like that?
Sure,
Just
why
because
not?
we're talking about inclusion. So
Sure, why not? As long as it doesn't hinder what is expected of me.
okay.
If there's a way, if I can create a loophole by if some words have to be changed, or if I have to speak much slower, as long as it doesn't like stop production or anything, then I'm perfectly fine with it, as long as it's not rubbed in my face.
Okay.
To be fair, it's improved a great deal since I first met you, and you should be very proud of that.
Thank you.
Because I've known you a long time.
Yeah, we've known each other since Wreck-It Ralph.
Yeah, and that was a long time ago. So you should be very proud in the progress you've made.
Thank you.
Whatever makes you stand out, whatever is your most unique thing, is going to be the thing that creates your success, because nobody else can be like you. So use that uniqueness, use the thing that makes you different than everybody else, and hone in on that. Let that be your thing. Because nobody else can play you.
Aaron, do you remember when I casted you for The Godfather? Were you shocked at the roles I gave you?
No, because I'd never seen The Godfather. I was just
Well,
more.
I gave you a top role because I thought you could handle it, because I knew you were capable of it, and your stutter didn't matter to me, so I don't know why it should matter to you.
Well, it doesn't matter to me unless like I said, unless it's like brought to my face, because in my life I've had people decide to rub my own stutter in my face.
Well, screw them. Do they
Yeah.
matter to you? Are they going to stop you from living your life? Are they going to stop you from doing your best? I don't think so. So you shouldn't think so either.
Well, I'll tell you, I've had people tell me that I can only play sick people.
Oh, they can go to
Oh,
hell.
that's a big. Remember what Morgan? Remember what Heather said earlier when Wreck-It Ralph. You definitely do well on.
What I do now is I just show them my SAG card.
There you go.
Morgan, I can picture you standing.
Wait, oh, do you have one of these? Oh, you don't. Oh, well.
Like literally,
it actually took me a long time to get it, and I worked really hard for it. And I felt like, as somebody who's very different and has a unique voice, I had to put in more work than everybody else because I had to prove myself. Yeah. And I feel like anybody that's different sort of feels that way as well. We have to like work extra hard to prove that we can do it.
When I worked at Liquidation World years ago, for those of you who live in America, it was a Canadian company. It's closed down now, but when I was working there, I had a customer tell me that I should be working as a radio DJ because I have a good voice, apparently.
Well, that's something to consider.
Oh yeah, no, I keep those comments in the back of my mind because I've been messing with voices since I was a little kid.
You know, you should look into that.
We were just interviewing. So like part of my job is interviewing voice actors and actors and stuff like that. And there was this one voice actor that we were interviewing, and she was saying that she was painfully shy as a kid, and like was not interested in that kind of stuff. But she would go around and she would mimic the Donald Duck voice. And as a kid, she just loved voices. And now she's like a very well-known voice actor. So it's like, you never know if fate is there, and you should always just follow the things that you love, despite shyness, despite all the things that you think are getting in the way, because they might actually be the thing that are helping you get further.
I agree.
Yeah. I mean, at least sticking in someone's mind. So
my specialty is more, though, for me, it's more like, hello.
That's lovely, but it is getting late.
I know. So really quick, any final thoughts on the movie, since we have gotten far afield of the topic?
Oh, screw the topic. We had a meaningful discussion. I don't care about the topic anymore. I don't think anybody.
No, and I'm here. No. I if nothing else, it was peripherally related at the very least, because we were going off on stuff that we felt was kind of related to the topic at hand.
Jacob's not here. We can spoil each other with good praise.
We can do that anyway, whether he's here or not. It's fine. So, but yeah, I mean, like. Okay, so like really quick, let's say like 1 minute, I guess, final thoughts on the movie. Heather, you start.
It was intriguing, especially since I didn't see the movie beforehand. I got to actually read it out on the script and visualize it in my mind.
Okay, which is always cool.
It is.
Is there anything that you were like really surprised by, or I mean, coming into it with not having seen the movie?
Playing like a poor person, and then playing an absolute wretch of a villain, and then both of my characters being absolutely killed.
I find it interesting that you consider either of your characters a villain as opposed to
the one lady she stashed her husband in a basement. She literally locked him in there, and she literally didn't tell anybody about him. She tied him up. Like, what is wrong with her?
No, she did not tie him up. She kept him hidden and safe in a place that she had access to where she knew she was going to keep him from danger. So I don't consider that chaining. I mean, if anything, the unlawful imprisonment that happened afterwards at the hand of the main family, that was something different. But okay, I just find it interesting that you classify at least one of your characters tonight as a villain when there are absolutely lenses where that is not the case, and I certainly wouldn't see them that way.
Well, the girl and her family were villains in the end because they helped kill the lady. But I mean, progressing from needy people to killers, that's kind of villainizing.
Yeah, I don't know. Victims of circumstance and using the absolute.
Oh, so if you're poor and you break into somebody's house and then you kill someone, you're not a bad guy?
I didn't say that. But I mean, okay, we're about to get dangerously off topic again. It's like it's the Jean Valjean argument again.
You're the one literally bringing this up. I'm making a case.
I just said I found it interesting that you consider at least one of your characters to be a villain, and I disagree. I'm just saying there are lenses through which it could be viewed either way.
She was a protagonist that progressed into an antagonist because of choices.
Okay.
You don't choose to be a villain, you become a villain by your choices.
Isn't that the same thing though? You said you don't choose to be a villain, you become a villain by dint of your choices. That's kind of the thing.
Yeah. Like, you don't start out as a villain in life, you become a villain by making choices. That's what I meant.
Right, but that's choosing to be a villain, which is what you said you don't do.
I corrected myself, Petra.
Okay, my apologies. All right, Aaron, final thoughts.
I was intrigued by the movie. It was not overall what I was expecting. I thought it was going to be a horror film right from the get-go because of its name. But then, lo and behold, most of the horror stuff happened in the third act.
Right.
Like where they beat up Ming Quan and then Kunsei finally completely snaps and takes out 3 of the members, killing one successfully, which made Kitek hit my character with an axe. Was taken aback and kind of surprised, though that family, I will say, was definitely in the wrong for I get where they're coming from, but screwing over their predecessors.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's like there's stuff on either side, but
yeah,
I don't think anybody in this is necessarily a outright villain, and I don't think certainly anybody was written that way. So I think again, it's very much the lens through which you view things. So
yeah.
Are you planning to see the movie now that you read the scripts?
Maybe if there's a way for me to view it.
Okay. And Morgan, final thoughts, especially playing literally the kind of at least de facto heads of the families on both sides of the wealth gap here. What were your thoughts on the movie?
I thought it was fun. I thought it was a fun read. I was actually, when I first saw how many pages the script was, I was like, oh God.
Yeah.
But I felt like it went by a lot faster than what I anticipated because I thought it was a fun read. And I did not expect the tone to change the way it did. I as well thought it was more on the horror kind of suspense side after watching the trailer, from what I remember seeing the trailer during Oscar season. So I didn't expect the comedy aspect at all, and I really enjoyed that aspect of it.
So you're one that hadn't seen the movie before we did the read?
I have not seen the movie.
Okay. Is it now like on your list of stuff to watch, or do you feel you got sufficient?
Yes. No, I definitely am a big fan of reading than watching. And I am excited to see. I thought it was interesting the fact, the thing Jacob said about how it could have been a play, because I can definitely see that.
Yeah.
And so I'm interested to see how it's done in a film form visually.
That's very cool.
And I agree.
Go ahead.
I'm just saying that I agree.
Yeah. Like Okay, so do you mainly think that either of your characters or any of your major characters was like necessarily the villain of the piece? Do you think it's circumstantial? Do you think you just kind of steer into the skid of your own decisions and hope for the best? Like, thoughts for that?
I felt almost embarrassed at times of the dad character.
Yeah.
Just because he is a bit, you know, like a dad.
Right.
um, and yeah, just I was cringing a bit, them all being in the house, not supposed to be in the house, and they were in the house and acting the way that they were and the way that the dad was acting. I was like, I just had that feeling of, somebody's gonna come home any second.
Right. Because it's always the teenagers throwing the party when the parents are out of town, and all of a sudden, was that the garage door? Yeah, it's very much.
It reminded me of if any of you have seen the show Maid.
Yeah.
And she's in the house and she's like having the time of her life, drinking the champagne, and then the owner of the house comes home.
And then all of a sudden the door comes in and you're like, the door opens, you're like, oh, yeah.
I know what you're thinking.
And then, yeah, so I don't know. So my final thoughts, I definitely thought it was kind of interesting that like, even just reading the descriptions, because my characters are actually relatively minor, but just getting to, I'm always fascinated when you do see a script about, all the stuff that is supposed to be going on in the background, in the character's head, the like reasoning, especially if you see the reasoning behind certain expressions or certain actions, because otherwise this is what they're working with. They're only conveying it through their eyes and the way that they look and sound and things, which I think that's actually kind of one of the coolest tools that an actor has in their repertoire, is like their ability to project anything going on in here out through this and hope that the audience reads it, the way that you read it on a page. But I'm definitely intrigued to see this now that I've seen it. I was aware more that it was a class warfare / exploration of like, the social gap and stuff like that, especially being in the framework of like, Korean society. But I was thinking it probably had at least a little bit of a horror element, but I've learned a long time ago, don't trust trailers. So I only knew about that just like from the little bit of research that I'd done, and everybody of course losing their mind about it, which made me intrigued about it. But yeah, I think I'm definitely inclined to read or like watch the movie now and see how it compares, because you have something that like I never would have known that this was something that, started off with like, you could have seen both families at the same time, and the parallels as also the differences going on, which I think would have been a very intriguing view. But I also think this works really well as a film conceptually, because you have so much stuff that's like layered and playing over. You have like the subtext and the stuff that's being said and the stuff that's not being said. So I'm really intrigued to see this movie now that we've read it. And I definitely had fun on the read. It was a beast of a script, but it was really, really fun. Interesting. Definitely interesting and well read. So I think the awards are well done. And I think everybody, if anybody's still conscious out there watching this, we do appreciate you guys being around. And all of you guys coming along for the read, bringing your voices and your perspectives and your attitudes and all that other stuff that we don't, always get to see. And I think that's really cool. So thank you all for being here. And I'm going to say goodnight. Anybody else? Good night.
Good night.
Have a good night.
Don't forget to send the video to Jacob.
I have no idea how to do that. I'll just ask him. He said it turned
Okay,
off.
take care, lovely people. Thanks for joining us tonight.
Sleep well, all.
Bye.
Good night.
Night.
Night.